Good morning, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Yeah. Come, we make a trio. You wish yeah, we stand each other. Yeah, that's it. We show the team. Yeah, show the team. So good morning, good afternoon. We are afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Science Business Widening Conference around the deep tech technologies, which we will discuss this afternoon. Before we start, I'd like to remind ourselves nowadays. I think it's critical that safety matters. So if you feel unsafe or if you recognize something, find the exit and we meet then outside. I know it's an uncommon practice yet in Brussels, but I think that the security matters more and more, and therefore safety and your life is the first priority for all of us, yes? The other message on that part, that enjoy and have fun. Yeah, the good ideas are coming only from the sparkling environment, and that's what we wish to all of you today. So use the opportunities to ask questions, make friendship, challenge the speakers, or agree or disagree with them if you like, and have fun. I'd like to say thanks for those who are coming in person here and who are following us online. And I'd like to say special thanks for the organizer team. It was the initiative of the Estonian members of the Widening group, the Tartu University and the Tallinn University to discuss the subject. And we dedicate a panel of the role of the universities in the deep tech progress, because it doesn't happen just by growing out of the grass, so it needs a kind of care and education. I'd like to thank for the sponsors. You can see the sponsors behind us, but I also like to say thanks for the sponsors who are member of the Widening group. We have so far 12 members, and we have 4 applications at the moment currently discussing, which are in the different stage. So the network is growing, and it's a high time to prepare and to be part of the narrative for the future. There is a symbolic day today. Today is the absolutely last day of the 5 years European Parliament cycle. It's absolutely, they all say goodbye today, and some of them will come back, some of them will not come back. Last time the turnout was, the change was over 60%. So if we just face the half of it, it will be a 30% new members this time. And it's very, very important that the research, education, innovation, deep tech on one side and our region on the other side is not forgotten. Yeah, because it's not only about to be a priority, it's time to time it's enough that if we are not forgotten. Yeah, I think that we have to be very keen on this. And this is where science business maybe can help, and this is where our platform and our gathering and our meetings can generally help. Very welcome, very big welcome to the gentlemen standing next to me, who are representing the 2 sponsors, the Tallinn and Tallinn University and the Tartu University. So immediately, I'd like to give the floor to Tiit Lukk, who is the Vice Rector of Research in Tallinn University of Technology, who will be followed by Mart Masik, the Investment Director of the Tartu Ventures in the University of Tartu. So we put together the education and the investment side of the story already in the welcome speeches. Tiit, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everybody. It's a true pleasure to be here. True pleasure to be back in Brussels, to see so many familiar faces already. I feel quite at home already. As usual, I brought some props with me. Simon has already seen this one. But I just wanted to start out with maybe just a couple of words on what does it mean, deep tech. I have no idea. That's just the honest answer. So when I did my undergrad, then everything was kind of mile wide, inch deep. So you get this kind of bird's eye view of things, and you get this broad kind of picture of things. And then as you progress, you go and get your PhD. All of a sudden, things kind of turn around. It's inch wide and mile deep. I think that's kind of where the deep tech, or kind of let's say, technology intensive or research intensive stuff begins. So I'd say don't be afraid of deep tech or let's say research intensive entrepreneurship. It's just entrepreneurship or let's say companies that develop certain products with some high quality researchers and research behind it. So like I said, I like to bring props to these meetings. I brought along an enzyme. This is a model of an enzyme that my lab works with. So I'm not only the vice rector, but I'm also an active researcher. So I have 16 people on payroll, I have 6 co-supervised PhD students, and we study these enzymes that break down cellulose to make second generation ethanol. It's called an LPMO, or lytic polysaccharide monooxygenase. I bet that most of you don't know what an enzyme looks like. This is a 20 million fold blow up of an enzyme that has this linear fragment of cellulose bound to it. So there you go, pass it around. This is what an actual enzyme looks like in 3D. You've now seen and touched an enzyme. So with that, I'll pass on the mic. Welcome again, and I think there's going to be some really exciting discussions happening here today. Just a reminder, EU has not been doing its job when it comes to funding R&D. 20 years ago, US was contributing twice as much as the EU does. We're still in the same spot. So this is a message to take to all the politicians in the European Commission, in the European Parliament. Something needs to happen for the innovation and really the deep tech to be driven forward in the EU. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Tiit, making the deep tech actionable and tangible. My pleasure to be here. Mart Maasik is my name, and coming from University of Tartu, and also the investment director, yes, of the Unitartu Venture, which is the company who we are making the researchers to become successful entrepreneurs and investable companies. But I think when we are thinking about, and we have built up this model 3 years, and I think the opportunity is to really learn here. First of all, I think what we have seen in Estonia, a great entrepreneurship culture. 1,500 startups, 10 unicorns, but they are not deep tech unicorns. So that, I think, the reality what we're facing at the moment. So, and I think when we're looking at what to learn and how to build next deep tech unicorn, I think there is one common denominator what we can learn from the previous wave, because now we're talking a new wave, which is deep tech wave, but previously it was wave of digitalization. How we managed to succeed in Estonia and I think the region, lot of, I think, companies were built on the digitalization wave. But now I think when we're talking a next wave, how to make it happen, there is not the right simple one answer. So that I think the opportunity to learn here. And what we believe really, what we have learned so far is about entrepreneurship mindset. This is the thing that also we can apply to the deep tech case. It's all about the people mind and willingness to take the first step. And then what we have seen, how we can align the goals from the entrepreneurship mindset, from university side, from researcher side, and key is private investors. It means that if we're onboarding everyone in ecosystem with the same goal to work as towards Nordic Star, then actually we don't have to work in the same amount of the work. We can collaborate. So, and that we have defined our investment model point of view that when we're aligning all the stakeholders' goals on the same way, then actually we can accelerate. So, and what we can learn, I think, historically, as per saying that if we want to go fast, go alone. But if we want to go far, to go together. But I think nowadays, when the new technologies and the cycles of technologies are accelerating, we can go together fast as well. So I think this is true believing. I hope that we have a great discussion here today, a lot to learn, and also to share the learning so far. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Before I invite Crystal, I learned from Tiit, yeah, that you have to show something. Yeah? So I was thinking a lot that how I can best represent the widening region and the research and innovation across Europe. So being a woman, I decided to choose the necklace. Originally, I was thinking to wear the very traditional, yeah, the best kind, you know, the miniature, ciseled thing, which very often we think about the European excellence of research is something from the past. But then I much more think that the European research has to be more colorful, has to be pink, has to be blue, have to be green, have to be any kind of colors. Yeah? And on the other side, it has to be small and bigger one and even bigger one. But it has to be also probably aggregation. Yeah? When the smalls are coming together and they do something together. And for me, this necklace represents what is widening and what is research. So many people think about widening, that this is the necklace for the Western countries, the core countries, and the bracelet is for the widening. Actually, it's not. The widening countries are full member of the necklace. What is the bracelet then stands for? Bracelet stands for the isolated research fields, which are not part of the European research area yet. The defense research is not part. The Euratom research is totally somewhere else located and financed and looked. But finally, the set together makes the difference. So we are adding value to combine all these things to the beautiful necklace, beautiful bracelet, and wearing it proudly to get to the better Europe. I'd like to give the floor to Krista. And I will set it around that you can see the difference.
Okay, thank you so much, Edith. That was very impressive. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Krista Loitmaa, and I'm the representative from the Estonian Research Council here in Brussels. And we are very happy to co-organize the event today. So I'm not going to talk really long what we do specifically here in Brussels, but we mostly exchange information, contacts, attending in different networks, and also organizing events like this. And however, today our focus is on the wealth of deep tech expertise we have to share with you. And to kick off things, I'm thrilled to introduce you our first speaker today, Maive Rute. With a career spanning back to 2005, Maive has held esteemed positions within the European Commission, including roles in DG Enter, also DG RTD, and as Deputy Director General of the DG Joint Research Centre, JRC. Since 2020, she has served as Deputy Director General at DG Growth, where she oversees industry policy, raw materials, net zero tech construction, and very many other topics. Please join me in welcoming Maive Rute to the stage. And also, may I ask, after Maive, we will have on the stage Sigrid Rajalo, so that we can collect the questions and ask the questions all together then. Thanks.
Thank you, Cristiano. I have been mic'd, so I suppose I can speak like Italians, you know, with hands as well. Maybe makes it more lively and certainly helps me keep my notes. Thank you very much, Science Business, for organizing the event. And I must say this is actually timely for many reasons. It's timely to... People maybe want to see me. Yes, indeed. It helps to be on the podium. It's timely from the point of view that 2024 is quite a remarkable year. On one hand, of course, we are now preparing for the closing months of this Commission. As we just heard, Parliament is already closing final session today. But we are also in the preparatory mode and reflections already for the next framework program. And I will have here some speakers from the Commission department taking care of the research and innovation agenda. But indeed, although the FP10 starts in 2028, we are already this year, in fact, reflecting on what have we delivered so far, where do we stand, and what do we expect from the next framework program. And since I come from the department responsible for industry, entrepreneurship, internal market, SME policy, I take the liberty to speak not according to DG Research speaking points. This will be for my colleagues to follow, but I would actually like to draw you into a bit of reflection from maybe a broader societal side and specifically from industry side of view. And I have 3 points to make. My first point is that we might be very close to the moment of inconvenient truth for the research and innovation community. Well, some of you who have been at the moment when the inconvenient truth was presented to the policymakers by people like Al Gore and others related to the climate policies, you remember how groundbreaking it was. But I do have a feeling that maybe when we think of our European way of doing research, we may have not noticed that there is a need for a bit of an inconvenient truth and looking into whether we have delivered what we promised. And I say deliberately we, because I have also worked for quite a number of years in the research side of the European Commission. It's not a secret that our competitiveness on a global scale has been rather slipping over the last years. And the promise that our research and innovation has held to actually make sure that European economy and our businesses remain competitive globally is not exactly fulfilled. If we look at what is happening, we see that we have a very strong new player. We already know that we had been competing with the US, of course, previously, but we have now been overtaken by China, and overtaken really a big way. So if we look, for example, at some figures, scientific publications, so the global numbers, China represents 27%. Well, a few years ago, they were almost nowhere, so 27% globally. EU is at 18, US is at 13. So you may say, okay, maybe not, maybe we can still be very proud of ourselves. However, if we then look at what is a state of play with the 1% of most cited, then we see that China still is at the level of, 27, as their share was also in the total number of publications. However, the US there shoots up to 22%. We remain at 18, meaning that the investments that the US is putting into their science are delivering better when we talk about high citation publications, and we know that also when we talk about competitiveness of the industries, they remain very highly competitive, and we in Europe need to find ways of catching up quickly. We also need to be looking at maybe issues of funding indeed, but maybe that's where I would like to point out that this is the point of inconvenient truth. Are we doing things the way we should be doing? Are we investing our money in the right place? Are we investing it in the right way? How is it that the money invested in Europe into research and innovation is not delivering quite at the same way as we would have expected, or what we see happening with our main competitors? So I do believe that there is a need for significant reflection as we are preparing for our next FP10. So there are questions about also the way how we see the role of research. We certainly need fundamental research, nobody puts it under question, but maybe we need to be seeing more also the other way around, that we keep talking about from laboratory to fabrication, so lab to fab. Maybe we need to be talking more about fab to lab. Maybe it's really time for us to seriously think, how do we get more real technology development going in Europe, and not only something that stops at the final report sent to European Union for getting your funding. So I think there is a great opportunity also coming, because the political, should I say, establishment is certainly looking at the research community and is looking at ways of taking Europe forward. You might have noticed the very fresh report from former Prime Minister Letta, where, among other things, he is pointing out the need for a fifth freedom, which is very much about research, making sure that we get more out of European best brains, that we really make the European research area also fully functional, allowing people to circulate better, investing into data and getting the best out of it. So I call upon this good community here and online to reflect how we seriously take things forward so that the research that we do would be bearing good fruits and bearing good fruits also beyond the research family itself. So my second point is about funding. And here I will first share a joke. So the joke is about what is high tech and what is deep tech, and how do you compare the two. So high tech is for high growth, and deep tech is for deep pockets. Well, maybe it's only half joke. Because of course what we need to see is that the money that goes into research and innovation and technology development would be indeed delivering high quality, top quality science, no doubt of that, would be also delivering on technologies that can be patented. We actually, if you look at statistics on patents, we have also reasons to consider a bit whether we are able to keep up. Again, China is going there ahead also in very rapid pace. And I have been surprised to see really the number of patents in the green tech field. And this, you know, is an area where we in Europe, we have been very proud of ourselves being the leader, the one globally taking things forward on green tech. You look at the patents, you see that even there, we may need to be reflecting on how do we deliver more, how do we do better. And there are maybe some signs which I wanted to mention, which maybe are obvious, but when we talk about funding, perhaps useful to reflect. As we now go under the next 5 years, under the next commission, it's quite likely that overall economic security and particularly the need for defense is going to be very much forefront. And if we like it or not, the geopolitical situation is what it is, and we will, as Europe, need to invest in our defense and security capacities. But it maybe is also an opportunity. And the opportunity exactly because we know that in the US, their investments in defense capacities also actually feed into their technology development. And perhaps here is an opportunity for Europe to also look how best benefit from this very obvious need of increasing defense and security spending. We also see, of course, something interesting when we look at the way how China is building up their scientific muscle and their manufacturing capacities. They are definitely utilizing what we here call deep tech. I mean, they are utilizing the IT in all kinds of constellations and certainly the artificial intelligence. So this is also part of the success story. And there is, I believe, an interest to see how the funding combined also with, I would say, kind of directionality of industrial policy can bring forward a very competitive policy. And in Europe, of course, you will also see from another report that is under preparation from another prime minister, former Prime Minister Draghi, who is putting together a report on competitiveness. He has not yet given it fully to us, but he has given some speeches where we see that he is pointing at capital markets union, of course. So when we talk about funding, there are, of course, elements of funding that come from state budgets. As I said, let's look what the defense part can bring us more than now. There are the questions of whether we use a current research funding in the most efficient way and how to make it more efficient compared to what we have had in the past. But there are also these questions of making private funding more readily available for technology and deep tech deployment. On this front, again, interesting to see that on global markets, if we look at the R&D related private investments, the US is really top class. You have about 42% of global R&D, so private R&D spending coming actually from the US businesses. EU is at the level of 18, but interestingly, China is also now at the level of 18% or so from the global investments, meaning that perhaps our way of designing our industrial policy and our competitive strategies are relatively similar so Europe and China, which means that, of course, the competition on this front is already upon us and will be even more, I would say, fierce in the coming years. On European Union level, of course, we all hope that the next framework program is going to be substantial for research and innovation, that the funding would increase, and that we also would put indeed sufficient funding into the fab to lab side and not only lab to fab. And there are also further efforts to step up the venture capital side of things. And I'm happy that we have from Tartu University here venture fund, which is aiming at bringing deep tech really to maturation and scale up. There is, for example, a new initiative led by actually 5 or 6 member states, first initiated by France, and now also open to other member states to join it. The name of it is exactly European Tech Champions Initiative, which is a way of finally trying to have scaling up capital for technology-rich companies in Europe. And this is meant to be for large scale. So for SMEs, we have European Innovation Fund, but this is really for large scale. And to my knowledge, it currently has 6 member states as members. They're looking at venture funds in the scale of 1 billion euros or so, not small fish, but rather bigger fish. So there are things happening, and indeed, the Capital Markets Union plus further attention to venture capital availability at European level is something that we can expect to come forward. And my final point today is about really regulation and trying to make the regulation more conducive to deep tech in general, but I would say innovation even more broadly. We have seen quite a number of cases where particularly life science inventions finally are not implemented in Europe and they move to the US, for example. We may want to look at these occasions and see whether something more could be done to really facilitate these good technologies to also be scaled up and brought to the market in Europe. And on this front, just to mention that the industries in Europe are now putting their shoulders together under something called Antwerp Declaration. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has also supported this. We have more than 1,000 industrial organizations or industries signing up to it. And it's all about making Europe really the place to invest, making Europe the place to scale up, making Europe the place where industries are strong and provide jobs and growth for the future. So this community here certainly will be the one very much underpinning this future growth, and I wish all of us good luck with that. Thank you.
Hear me? Yes, great. So thank you so much, Maija, for your global view and for your time. And as I said, you have the chance to ask the questions from Maija after Sigrid's presentation. And now it's a great pleasure to introduce you our next speaker, Dr. Sigrid Rajalo. With extensive experience as an innovation designer, Dr. Rajalo is deeply passionate about supporting the deep tech ecosystem and believes that it represents the next great wave of innovation. Currently, Sigrid holds the position of Director of the Innovation and Technology Department at the Ministry of Economy of Estonia. And beyond her governmental role, she plays a significant part in defense innovation, serving on the board of directors of the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, known as DIANA. And additionally, Sigrid contributes her expertise as a member of the supervisory board of Metrocert, which is a state-owned company, the first Estonian governmental applied research center. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Sigrid Rajalo as she steps on the stage.
So thank you. I see my mic is working as well. Thank you for the nice introduction, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I think it's the first time in my introductory words of using doctor so many times as I defended my PhD last year. But it was on a very timely topic. It was about collaboration between universities and the industry. And doing that PhD, I came to not like the word collaboration so much anymore, because I see that what Europe needs is, let's say, more directed collaboration, and perhaps the word co-creation is a better word for that. It's not my invention. It was said from Hello Tomorrow stage a few weeks back in Paris. And actually, I arrived here today from Paris as well. The ideas, the thinking about new technologies, how technology is shaping our society, our countries as a whole, is on the lips of, let's say, the majority of countries in the world. Yesterday and today, the OECD ministers of science and technology and innovation have gathered in Paris to discuss about the same kind of issues that we are discussing here today. But as Kristel said, I'm a great believer in deep tech, and I think it's not just a matter of belief or faith, blind faith, because understanding what deep tech can do for us is rooted in rational arguments. So for me, if the question is whether deep tech can change something in Europe, the answer is yes, because we are not only talking about putting together research and industry, we are putting it into this startup agile development like sauce. So I think that's the key ingredients when thinking about delivering something for the European industry as a whole. But why I believe that deep tech can be something new for Europe? For two reasons. There is a clear pull and there is a clear push. So deep tech can solve some of the most wicked societal problems that lie ahead of societies globally. Climate mitigation is just one of the examples. But as we see from Europe VC investments, that's gathering speed. So we see that European VC funds are looking more into this mission-oriented investments as well. So, but when thinking about these wicked problems, governments play a great role in designing the ecosystem. So that's why it's a real pleasure to be here to talk about these problems and how we can solve them. Kristel also mentioned that NATO has started investing into innovation as well. We see that from this Diana initiative, which translates into bringing more dual-use technology on the market. And when we think about deep tech, be that any kind of technology area, we have this responsibility to invest into these deep tech solutions more, because if societal problems escalate, they can escalate into military conflicts, and investing into deep tech finally ensures that we live in a more secure world. But there's also push. When I said that there's pull, there's also push. So looking at the Estonian experience, we see that, some of the introductory words were about Estonian experience in creating unicorns. So yes, we have 10 unicorns. They are not from deep tech areas, but mainly from B2B SaaS business models. But what we have witnessed in our small but very agile ecosystem, startup ecosystem, is that It's maturing. The people who have founded startups are doing exits, are doing new startups, are thinking about investing into startups, and they don't want to do the same business models again. So, for instance, Taavet Hindrikus, who is the co-founder of Wise, has said that, well, he doesn't want to do another fintech. Sten Tamkivi, who's an alumni from Skype, who now is a co-founder of a VC, European VC fund Plural, has also said that, well, we don't want to do the same thing. We want to invest into mission-oriented, impact-generating new technologies. So I say that, at least from an Estonian perspective, the momentum is there, and I think it's a European-wide, that the founders and also the investors are thinking more about investing into impactful technologies. And we see that from numbers as well. For instance, when I looked into the first quarter investments this year, there was this unprecedented megatrend in Europe VC investment market. 42 deals, each over $100 million, doubling last year numbers. And at the forefront of the investment technologies was into climate tech startups. So again, I think the momentum is there. Now, the third aspect of this push turns us to universities. As we know, European universities are doing excellent research and excellent science, so now we together have to just find a way how to break this European paradox, that Europeans are good at making science from money, but how to make money from science, so the vice versa. Because in the end of the day, deep tech is not only about mission-oriented developments and technologies, there also has to be a clear business case. The challenge is that oftentimes the market is not there yet. The market has to be created, reshaped. So I think that's one of the challenges that deep tech is facing. Now, having said that, I'm a great believer in deep tech, and having said that there's this push and pull, so the formula kind of is there, but something is missing. And I think that what is missing is actually ambition and the willingness and the possibility to take more risks. That's what deep tech, and that's what actually European R&D combined with industrial needs. So this acceptance of risks, acceptance of higher ambition is necessary. A few words about Estonia as well. As I said, that governments have quite a pivotal role to play in fostering deep tech developments. I'm glad to say that in Estonia we have quite heterogeneous menu of RDI instruments in our toolbox, but recently we launched our very first research and technology organization, like Fraunhofer in Germany or VTT in Finland or RISE or in Sweden. So these are the RTOs that we are looking up to, but I see clearly that RTO-like organization is absolutely necessary for deep tech development fostering. We are also piloting this tax-based support system, and we have heard from our deep tech startups that that's what they are looking forward to get some kind of stability from the government side, not project-based, but like, let's say, universal support for their R&D personnel. So we are trying to make R&D personnel recruitment cheaper for them. And actually, one of the, let's say, most unused instrument in Europe is where governments have to look in the mirror It's innovative procurement. When I went to work for the Ministry of Economic Affairs quite a few years back now, one of the first assignment that I got was that here is innovation procurement, these words, and make something out of it. Now, I see that the situation is better in Estonia, in Europe as a whole, but still, if we think about governments who have a very powerful purchasing power in the market, approximately 8 to 15 or 20% of GDP goes to market from government procurements, then governments actually can be leading the way in buying more new technologies. So I think that's where governments have to do more, definitely. But we cannot do anything alone. So Estonia is, I will not say a small or tiny country. We are a very compact country, but we have very good experience of being compact in this sense that we have always looked towards getting into international networks or becoming members of international families, organizations, EU and NATO being just one of the greatest examples. But with regard to deep tech, we have also started to looking towards this kind of international networks. For instance, this NATO Diana is one example. Creative Destruction Lab is another example. And I think that, thinking about European-wide, we have to actually not just talk about creating these deep tech hubs or deep tech clusters. We actually have to create them because the competition is going on talents, not just funds, but actually talents. So combining talents into clusters and then making the most of them is one of the key solutions. And finally, we in Estonia like to think ourselves as being pragmatic. So what's the call to action? What do we have to do now? So we are always listening to what our founders and investors are telling us. And in Estonia, at least, they are telling us that we need more founders. Of course, funding, especially in the scaling up phase, is also very important. But if we don't have enough founders, then funding doesn't do it alone. And knowing that approximately 80% of the deep tech startup founders originate from universities, so that's where universities have a very big role to play. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sigrid. And as I promised, there is a little time for the questions and answers. And Maive and Sigrid, maybe if you could come on a stage. And are there any questions? Yes, maybe Edith. Yeah, we have to give you the microphones also because the event is online. And yes.
I'll try, but good evening, citizens. My name is Angelos Harlaftis, Epafos Advisors. We represent here the scientific group of EcoWaves movement, the pan-European and Mediterranean regional political movement, according to the approach of Aristotle. It's based in three principles, three pillars: direct democracy, citizens' assemblies, science and societies of knowledge, and arts and ecology. So we are here 17 years. I'm working on the edges of science, in the progressive science, in space, in robotics, in health, in energy, in bioeconomy, in all this stuff, which maybe you call deep tech. And we face a lot of problems. For example, our man is from Germany. He's a doctor. He's in the third line. And we are cooperating with him in building the gerontology geriatrics perspective of Europe in a nano level. That means DNA, mitochondria, which over there we have a lapse of funding because of the kind of research we want to do. It's very difficult. The question is very simple, because also you speak for China, Russia, you didn't speak for Russia, which is augmenting the research. They are very strong and we don't have a lot of information as in the cybersecurity and security issues, and Iran, which is lately incoming in this alliance, and our alliance is losing because of our own mistakes, like we did with Skype, which was to be an Estonian instrument in deep tech one day, and today Microsoft is going doesn't want it because it's promoting other instruments. So the question is, do you really believe that mimicking the old ideas, we can bring a new scientific level to our European approach? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. Any other question?
And may I ask whom the question would be oriented? Whoever can answer. Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, I combined the two because you are from the same. I have a different question. Yeah, but we combine questions. So you ask the question and answer.
Okay, so I have a question actually to you. You have been serving as a Director General on several committees in the European Union. I'm representing two NGOs here. I'm a concerned citizen, I'm a physician. And you mentioned the right way for science and research. Who actually gets to define at the European level and at the national level what the right way is with regard to the geopolitical environment and the related investment and funding? So how are the citizens, the 450 million citizens involved? Is it just CEOs of large companies? I represent also a large company that is globally active in 150 countries, but I'm here now as a human being, a concerned citizen, and co-founder of two NGOs. Who defines the right way of research?
Well, let me first say that I haven't had yet the pleasure of being Director General, but maybe one day, yeah? So, no, it's okay. I am working, of course, in the industry department, and I'm sure there are colleagues in the room who are in the research department, but let me nevertheless say how the system works. We have, of course, division of responsibilities between member states and the EU. So overall, the education as well as higher education, universities, and science policies are member states' prerogative. So they normally define what is the right way for this or another country. However, at European level, we of course have also a very important role to play. And the European level role is mostly through two ways. One is what we call European Research Area, really trying to make sure that researchers from one country can work also in another country, and everything that goes around really this freedom of doing research, the ethics of research, kind of this overall framework condition that should be universally applied in different member states. So that's one leg. And another leg is very much about really the funding, which comes through a framework program itself. And there you have a comprehensive, really, I would say, process of getting the views into it. And maybe I mention more clearly what is going on now. You have, for example, now the process of evaluating the current framework program. There are normally independent experts recruited by the Commission to look what has been delivered, how do we value the current framework program. And then for the next one, we have several ways of bringing broad views in. Currently, there are two groups which are preparing, I understand, let's say, first input to the Commission reflections. One is from member states, the European Research Area Committee. Another one is a group led by Portuguese former Minister Heitor, and there are people from each member state in this particular group kind of reaping ideas from the research community, also I think industrial part, but mostly I think from the research side, feeding to the Commission. But then you have, of course, within the Commission itself, also the process of drafting, and once there is something that can be shared, this is always put out there for discussion. And member states always are also part of the stories through specific program committees. So the representatives come to see the drafts, to give inputs, and at the very end, we have, of course, European Parliament. And we have here Edith, who is one of those people who has been in the Parliament. The Parliament committees also scrutinize the proposals that have come. They change it very often. So it's quite a substantial process. And if you ask, who is exactly shaping what is the right way, I would say it's done commonly. It's not like you would have just one or another group setting only their view. It's really something that comes at the end of the day as a common voice, and it is, especially in the Council and the Parliament, very heavily debated. And you will see that there are always changes introduced to the draft that the Commission puts forward. Commission already tries to be comprehensive and inclusive, but nevertheless, the political process finally always still corrects things. But between now and the next framework program, this process is going to be going on for the next 2-3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next panel, because we are late, I'd like to ask a question, very short question from Sigrid. That you mentioned the dual-use technologies, and you are in the Diana program. We in Science Business, we also consider to have a discussion around the security and the defense research and how we can benefit from both. This is what I try to show with the bracelet and the necklace, that how we can generate the added value to putting the set together. So
before Sigrid responds, I need to apologize, because I have today the honor of replacing Maria Draghi. So in the Committee of Economics and Social Economic Committee, and I need to run that. But I do want to thank everybody for listening and debating, and good luck, Sigrid.
Yeah, thank you.
So, sorry, the question was?
That, how do you see the dual-use technologies and how we can benefit adding value from combining research?
Okay, I know we're scarcity of time, but a very short answer is that I think the dual-use ecosystem is under development right now. So there's anything can be done, and I think it's the right momentum to create common understanding, common knowledge about how we can benefit from dual use.
Thank you so much. And with this, we are moving to the panels, the 3 panels, and I'd like to invite the first panel. Thomas Grant is our moderator from the Science Business, who is the chief editor for the bi-weekly magazine around the Widening news. And Thomas, you invite the other speakers. Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Edith. And thank you, everyone, for coming. So as Edith mentioned, I am the EU news editor at Science Business. I'm also editing our newsletter dedicated to the Widening, so that's focused on Central and Eastern Europe, hence my appearance here. It was published, the latest edition, today, by the way, check your inboxes. So I have the pleasure of introducing and moderating this first panel. We are going to look at the deep tech ecosystem in Europe. This is essentially the basics. So we're looking at what Europe needs to have a strong deep tech ecosystem. This is everything from training, from communication, to connections with industry, everything such as this. We have a very interesting panel, and I'm very happy to welcome them to chat. We're going to have a pretty open discussion. It will last about 45 minutes. I want to just make sure that it's a very inclusive discussion. I'm not going to ask too many questions. We are going to ask for your questions if you have any. At some point during the discussion, I will offer you the chance to ask questions. We might have some questions online as well. So, which order are we going to do this in? We'll start from over here. So please let me introduce Anton Adamovich. He is from the Commercialization Reactor. Please come, yeah. Commercialization Reactor is a very important link in Europe's deep tech ecosystem. It is a platform connecting science with entrepreneurs, with industry. I'm going to let Anton talk a little bit more about it, but it is very interesting, and if you have more questions about it, speak to him after, talk about what it is doing, because it's very interesting. We also have Keith Sakira, please. Keith is the head of unit I need to do better at these introductions here. I've got to pause for the applause. Keith is the head of unit for the EIC at the European Commission's Research Directorate. Thank you, Keith. We also have Vaido Mikaim. Pause for applause. There we go. is the Deep Tech project lead at Startup Estonia. And last but not least, we have Daniel Marquez Vasconcelos, who is the head of tech licensing office at Inesk Tech. Inesk Tech. Sorry, I'm standing in the way.
No, sorry.
Inesk Tech, I don't know for anyone who doesn't know, is a research association from Portugal. They're doing everything from research to development to tech transfer to incubation, everything in between. Again, if you're interested, please speak to Daniel about this after. Without further ado, let me start. The purpose of this panel is to talk about connecting the dots. It's to talk about what makes a good deep tech ecosystem. But I'm going to start with a very, very simple question. We kind of covered this at the start, and I really enjoyed Maeve's joke about the difference between high tech and deep tech. But I wanted to get a sort of, I guess, a more precise definition of what deep tech is, especially from the European Commission's point of view, just so that we're all on the same page. So, very simple question to start with. Keith, if I can turn to you. In one or two sentences, could you tell us what deep tech is?
Yes, so welcome everyone. Great pleasure to be here. I think I would say that deep tech is real tech. If you look at what a lot of people talk about as tech, it's not actually developing new technologies from the science base. It's about digital, it's about consumer internet, it's about using existing technologies. So deep tech is really about where you've got fundamental uncertainties in the technology, you've got novel technology, and the reason that's super important is that a lot of the kind of big breakthroughs are in this area. And also it's really hard to finance. So I think the other thinking is that from the public side, the way we look at deep tech is different from other kinds of innovation.
Deep tech requires more money, as Maeve said. It requires more time. Is that correct?
Yes, it needs patient capital, and you have risks on the technology. I mean, is it actually going to work? And you have risks on the market. Are people actually going to buy this stuff? So I think it's really difficult from the private side to invest in because you've got long time frames and you've got a lot of uncertainty, fundamental uncertainties about what kind of returns. But we know this is where the big breakthroughs come from as well, so it's super important for society.
Yeah, I think at the start, a couple of the speakers really highlighted the importance of deep tech to Europe, especially when we talk about competitiveness with the US, with China. Yeah. To get us started then, I wanted to let's create a blank slate here. So let's imagine that there's nothing going on in Europe, there's no regulation, nothing like this. We have a completely blank slate. And we want to build the perfect deep tech ecosystem, okay? Keith, I'll start with you again. What is your wish list? So a few things that you think Europe should put in place to have the perfect deep tech ecosystem. What would you go for? Budget is not an issue, by the way.
Yeah, well, money helps, but... no, I think there's a few things, and actually I think most of it exists in Europe. I mean, you need great universities that generate the ideas, they generate the talent, but probably where we're a bit weak is to have really strong tech transfer offices that understand how to commercialize technology. I think you need the investment side. You need people with money that are willing to put that kind of risk, that understand the technologies, and this is a huge weakness in Europe, that VC is underdeveloped. We don't have that many VCs that will take the risks in deep tech, and we certainly don't have a lot of VCs that will put in larger ticket sizes. So you need the money, you need the investors. Then I think you actually need you need successful entrepreneurs. If you look, I mean, Estonia is a great example of what happened with Skype, and you recycle the knowledge about how to do this. I remember when we started with the EIC, we had Tavit Hinrikus as one of our advisors, and he said in Europe, nobody knew how to grow a company from 50 to 200 in 1 year. He had to go to Silicon Valley to get that expertise. So I think you need the entrepreneurs who've got the expertise, and we have more and more of these in Europe. I also believe in the public sector. You need a great innovation agency that's actually attuned, is working with the innovators, getting the whole thing to work together. And then the last thing, I think you need the big companies as well. I mean, often these are the ones who actually can scale up technologies. They've got the know-how about access to markets. We've got a lot of great big companies in Europe, but a lot of them are not in the kind of leading technology areas. So that would be my wish list of 5. I think we have quite a lot of it in Europe, but it's kind of distributed. So the big challenge is how do you get all of this linked together and working as a single system?
We're going to come back then to that point on what we can do to improve. I just wanted to ask the other panelists, maybe I'll start with Anton. Do you agree with that sort of overall assessment of what makes a good deep tech ecosystem? You've got a lot of experience, by the way, in growing companies and investing and this sort of thing. That's why I'm turning to you first.
Yes, I mean, thank you for your comprehensive list. But I think this is almost an infinite canvas if we start speaking about it. And also what we all need is, well, first of all, a sobriety pill. So once we get back from this dream that we have nothing here, like on this canvas, it's blank, we are competing. We're competing for talent, first of all. We're competing with IT sector, with fintech sector, with people, especially entrepreneurs, choosing what to do, investors choosing where to invest. We need to be very careful about the timelines that we have and the opportunities that we give to talent that are willing to enter the deep tech world, the commercialization world. Because in the end of the day, somebody is going to put their time into commercializing science. So one of very important thing that has to be put on this canvas is the clear journey for talent, what lays ahead of them. So they could, because people who come to deep tech, those, I would say, those are mission-driven people. It's not fast gain, high reward next day thing. It is definitely high reward, because if it is based on the definition what deep tech is, where it's important to mention that it's based on substantial intellectual knowledge that has been previously developed, then our margin of the business is focused on this intellectual property. And another part of this sobriety pill is that we need to be aware is that fundamentally our security, our freedom depends on utilization of technology, especially in the world where energy prices are not getting cheaper right now. So the margins of the businesses is dropping down. We need to innovate. We need to innovate to keep the margins of the businesses.
You mentioned talent there. Is it the case then that Europe is not producing enough talent to go into deep tech, or is it that Europe is losing talent to its rivals like the US?
That's for me, right?
Yeah.
So it's a combination of all. I mean, obviously, because we're not getting younger every day, we're looking for the better opportunities and better ecosystems where to apply ourselves. That's a very important thing. So that's why it's always going to be competition. There's nothing new. So it's about the ecosystem that is going to crack this code of aligning those dots in such a manner that the talent that is entering, that is contributing their dreams coming true in this specific field, will see that there is okay, it's not a clear path for sure, because you're commercializing something that has, if we're talking about science, that has never been probably applied before. But you understand what are the, first of all, transformation processes I need to undergo as a talent, as a scientist, to be ready to become a co-founder, as an entrepreneur, to be ready to become a business leader, investor, to be ready to understand what are the de-risking factors I need to include in this ecosystem that government provides. And the government needs to understand, and everybody needs to understand, that this has the end customer, which is society and industry, and it has talent who is going to deliver it. And everybody else are supporting this as ecosystem builders, as government agencies, academia, venture capitalists. We're all trying to figure it out how to make this society with fewer, let's say, I call it dreaming with less fears on your journey. That's one thing. And another, it's not only just about dreaming with less fears, but very importantly, to have those cycles that are currently, it could be forever, you could commercialize the science forever, it has to be streamlined. Now, it is Wild West, I would say, to a certain extent.
Okay. What do you mean by that, just quickly?
Imagine, there's Deep Tech Talent Initiative by EIT, a brilliant initiative that has started last year, and it is aiming to train 1 million talent by 2025. And But training them is one thing, but showing that society and governments take care, and universities, everybody takes care about helping them to succeed in shorter period of time, for them to be able to invest in this is crucially important.
Before we get too far into it, I just want to come to some of the other panelists here. So going back to what Keith said initially about his wish list for a deep tech ecosystem, we had research, we had universities, we had tech transfer. I think it was an important part. Vaido, I want to turn to you. You're from Startup Estonia, but you have much broader experience of the deep tech market in Europe. What do you think about that wish list? Would you add anything to it?
Yeah, I've been thinking the whole event today about that. Although the event is about deep tech, and then we are probably talking too much about tech, and we are thinking that people are rational. Who considers them a rational person in the audience? Hands up.
I want to, yeah, I feel very.
There are few, but it's a minority who even consider themselves rational, and I think they are more critically objective about themselves. So we forget the culture, we forget the people, we forget the kind of emotions and everything else that drives us. The deep tech knowledge-based society, it has been around for a long time. And do we see that the technologies that we have they been taken up, have they been implemented to their full extent? No, and I doubt that it's the lack of funding or something that is missing. So yeah, people are complicated, democracy is complicated, so we are not rational people. So perhaps we need more like this human approach and the human dimension in it.
Would this mean talking more about deep tech at universities, to even high school students? Would it be more about communicating the idea of what deep tech is and its value to society?
Yeah, definitely. I think by the time when you get to university, it's way too late. So people say that in the first year of universities that, you know, the lights are dark and nobody's home, that all the creativity is being killed off, that the kids are most creative in kindergartens. So we are not talking enough about the societal impact or where it brings that. In defense, we have been now talking about something which is called unity of effort. We are comparing ourselves to China and US, and when China and US are in the top ranking somewhere, then it's China and US, not Shanghai or Texas or something. If you look at Europe, it's France, Estonia, Latvia, you know, we don't have this unity of effort. So perhaps we want to be a republic more than we want to be an empire, you know. It's the kind of Star Wars mentality. So Keith is like a Darth Vader here, that if he controls everything, you know, nobody's going to be happy, that there are always going to be voices from the audience who are saying, but what about the people? So
are you saying that it's a bit more complicated than we are making it seem?
Yeah, I think we're missing some elements. That we should talk about it more. We should talk about more in human language, so that people feel inspired, and then we should get out of the way. That let's get out of the way of those who want to do stuff.
Daniel, Inesctech in Portugal has a very interesting model, and it's a very successful association in developing research and putting that and commercializing that. Could you, do you have any response to what's been said here?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to fly from Portugal to be integrating this panel and discussing about the Inesctech. So we really deal with a wide range of deep tech, like robotics and medtech and all of that kind of things, but also low tech, meaning very easy software just to respond to the needs of small and medium-sized enterprises in the region or nationally. My job is pretty easy now because all the panelists have very good ideas, but maybe I would add one ingredient, that is the attitude. What is missing in all these elements, that all of them are being in place in Europe, but the dots are not connecting. So we need to streamline. And one element that is missing is the attitude, the kind of missing zero problem that we have here in Europe when you compare with the US. In my point of view, and a more Atlantic view, we should approach to the programs and approach that US is making to the deep tech, and to me to invest in the young people, in the students, and start by the link to the academy. We have very good scientists, but we lack inventors. we have very promising students, but they are moving to other countries in Europe, in our cases, like Germany and France or UK, or to US. So the good way that we are trying to mitigate this risk is to have entrepreneurial courses embedded in their master. So we are really running a program that looks like biodesign in Stanford, meaning that the group of students, they have their first contact with real-world technology. So they are in touch with research groups, real problems, and they have a full semester where they have to develop the business case. The vast majority of them will not follow in entrepreneurial projects. Okay, they are scared or they want to move. But after hundreds or thousands now students, we have ambassadors all over the place. So I now go into a big pharma in the batteries industry, automotive, and I will find a familiar face that knows the language, knows the problem. So it helps to bridge, and also to bridge the 1% that really wants to move forward in a deep tech entrepreneurship. We have two cases in deep tech, so photonics for medtech, it will take a while. Okay, the market, it's when we call VCs to the lab, they say, look, that is black magic. I don't understand the technology, so I will not put my money. And what it means that we found a startup in Portugal 1 year after they moved to the UK, and in 1 year they are in the US. Because the venture capital that is ready to invest in deep tech, they will demand to found a new company in the US. And so we need really, in Europe, I think that we have the money enough, but we have to change the scene, so to invest and retain talent here in Europe.
It's interesting, that example. So you're talking about this startup, and in order for them to grow and to expand and to move forward, they're moving to the US. Keith, do you have any thoughts on how Europe could keep that startup in Europe?
Yeah. So, I mean, we looked at this a few years ago and very much came up with the idea of the European Innovation Council, because we saw that the framework program at the time, it was working with all of the universities on the research projects, great success of the European Research Council. We were working with all the large companies, aeronautics, pharmaceuticals, but we were not reaching the startup companies. And it's been a huge journey developing the European Innovation Council, because the way you work with startups and fast-moving innovation is completely different from these kind of long-term R&D projects. So I think it's starting to have an impact. I mean, one of our big initiatives was to do equity funding. So we've set up the EIC fund. It's taking direct equity stakes in companies. We've invested in over 200 startups across Europe. A lot of these are being very successful. It's about taking risk. I mean, we do more risky investments than almost any other VCs. And it's having an impact on this. I mean, one of our rules is that we will only invest if the company is actually in the EU. And that includes not having a holding company in Delaware, which is kind of one of the standard structures, because a lot of investors, they know that structure, particularly the US. And one of the big surprises to me is how much impact that's having. We've had companies who flipped their structure and relocated their investments back into Europe in order to get EIC fund investments. And the other thing that's been a kind of surprise on the upside is the impact in getting other investors to invest alongside. I mean, we will go in first and say, okay, we believe in this company. We've actually got the capability to look at that technology. A lot of VCs don't have deep knowledge of the technologies. That's one of the problems of deep tech. We can bring in that. We have partnerships with the European Research Council to bring through some of the fundamental research. But we are getting an increasing number of other investors that will now look at our list of companies and co-invest with us. So we're seeing like a big impact on bringing the investment part, which I think is one of the big weaknesses we have. And it's also a people business as well, because you need investors who've worked in technology and researchers who kind of understand the investment perspective. So, no, it's been a positive surprise to me how well it's been working, and it's starting to address some of these issues. What it's not addressing is the need for bigger investments. I mean, we see a lot of these companies we invest in, they need larger investments, and our fear there is that that's when they'll move to the US, because if you want big tickets, that's where, we still have a big weakness in Europe.
That was the view from the person who's representing the EIC. Can I get the view on the EIC from from a sort of independent
Yeah,
analyst
definitely. We were
here.
actually discussing this with Keith previously, so it's not going to come as a surprise to him that actually I praised EIC a bit because EIC has some street credibility. And when people on the street, when the deep tech founders are talking about EIC and considering EIC, that's already a great success. It means that they know about it. Whether they love it, whether they see it as an ideal instrument, that's a different story, but it's in the talks, it's in the discussions. So EIC is a good thing, well-positioned, should definitely do stuff that they are doing and in a bigger scale. I'm not so sure about keeping it like full European, thing. So on a planetary scale, is it bad if we develop something good somewhere else? Yeah. That I think that both the US and also Chinese, that they don't have such fears or restrictions. That they see that if it's a global business, some part of the revenue will come to them as well at the end of the day. But maybe others have other opinions about the EIC.
Yeah, anyone else want to weigh in?
We want global businesses out of the EIC, but we just don't want them to relocate everything to the US or elsewhere. And I know in the US and China, I think they're even more restrictive when they put large amounts of public funding, what kind of strings are attached to this funding. So just to say, we don't want companies to stay in the European market. We want global businesses out of it. And a lot of these businesses, if it's a healthcare, if it's curing cancer, doesn't matter where in the world it is, we will all benefit from it.
Yeah, I'll just tie back quickly what actually Sigrid and Maive said. That Sigrid mentioned that we need more founders, so we need more companies. If you had enough companies, I don't see a problem, that some of them go to US or China. By all means, let's conquer US and China as well while we're at it. And the other thing that Maive said is that this industry-academia interactions, that we don't have enough of those. And there I fully agree that the Cambridge guys said that they are having sneak-ins, that the industry wants to sneak in back to the Cambridge to kind of validate the stuff. And I heard this from Mart, I think, today about University of Tartu, or was it Mihkel, that also actually there we see that some of the industry actors want to get back into the academia, that we should support these kinds of initiatives as much as possible.
Anton, did you want to?
Yes. So when we talk about EIC and equity funding, we're talking about later stage developments. So those are not low TRLs. This is way beyond TRL 6, 7, 9, etc. But still, on the European Union scale, roughly 63% of science is not valorized. That's a very important figure to consider. And for this, let's say the EIC instrument, it is great, but it captures certain percentage of talent and startups. What has to be addressed is how to help teams and talent to come to teams and then to healthily go from TRL 4 to this TRL 7, 8, 9 thing, which is a huge gap. I think an elephant in the room in every startup ecosystem, because there are no scalable instruments so far, at least that I'm aware of, that could be scaled properly. There are some reimbursement schemes for R&D, etc., that are released on pan-European level, but we're talking about increasing valorization of science. We need new types of instruments. Just something I wanted to really highlight.
Yeah, and do you think that should be the role of public money, or is that the position for private firms?
To my experience, and also I have startup founders experience and investors experience. I was building my biotech company, and the healthiest way, as I've seen, and also working with hundreds of other companies. So in commercialization reactor, that's important to mention, we've created more than 100 deep tech startups, out of which currently more than 50, I think it's 65, are invested and continuing their journey, all coming through one organization, our organization. So what the situation I'm talking about in terms of how to blend different stakeholders to make a perfect instrument from TRL 4 to 9 transition is for having, first of all, an easy to manage instrument that combines public funding, industry funding, especially if we're talking in deep tech, we're talking about the very first sale that the company needs to make. So there is not even yet a product. They need to develop something. They need a statement of work with industrial partner that would say, wow, you can, those are your core competencies. You can deliver that. Okay, we're interested and we can contribute with, let's say, 10% of the budget of this R&D to give you upfront to show our skin in the game. And I'm talking about the real case that I was closing myself with a multi-billion US company as a startup founder. So taking money from industry as a lump sum, venture capital, and let's say 50 to 70% reimbursement on innovation from existing instruments that are available in every EU country would significantly help also influx of not only industry but also private capital in this whole early stage deep tech development, because there is such a de-risking mechanism. You have industrial partner, you have governmental organizations that are willing to contribute, and this could also commit startups to stay in their countries where they are born in or where they are invested at early stage. So building this culture, building this loyalty in deep tech communities is something to address, I believe, in the nearest years.
I will get the reaction to this from the panelists, but I just wanted to ask now because I think it's good to sort of halfway through turn to the audience and see if there's any questions so that we don't run out of time. So does anyone have any questions that they would like to? Yeah, we have one here. Do we have a microphone? Yeah, okay, it's coming to you. If you could just introduce yourself and then say who you're directing the question to.
Yes. Hello, my name is Vincent Kleiniking. I'm the advisor for research at CESAR. So CESAR is an association which represents science and technology universities. My question is to anyone who would like to answer, what role do you see for universities in building these tech ecosystems?
Just before we get an answer, we are going to have a full panel on this topic a little bit later, but we can turn to the panelists now and just maybe Ines Klerk, do you want to?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's the very core, the very beginning. So my intervention was really highlighting that point. So as we see in Cambridge and other universities, because deep tech also requires a lot of knowledge, is intensive in knowledge. So the industry, they can start, but they have to come back to the places where the good ideas are. So I think that we cannot establish a deep tech ecosystem without a strong university. And so we see that in Munich, we see that in Cambridge, we see that around the world, even big techs like Google and so on, they have strong links with California and Harvard and MIT, because there is where the knowledge are. The second question is how you transfer the knowledge in a fair terms. So the technology transfer office or like of IP standard terms to do not really jeopardize all this relationship. But of course, university is the very beginning, where the education and the training and the mindset that we need to change should start.
Can I add a very quick one on this one, and perhaps a call to action for the next university panel as well? In short, the role of universities is massive, and I think it's underestimated. And why I'm saying it's underestimated from a different point of view, that we do not talk enough about social sciences. That we are talking about developers, tech, funding, IP, so on and so forth, but how it gets implemented, how it gets actually into the society and in the hands of the people or companies doesn't matter. This is not something that you see or hear on an everyday basis. So, like, one vote for the social sciences as well.
Yeah, Keith.
Yeah, I just wanted also to pick up what Anton was saying, because I think there's a real problem about, and we just underestimate it. I mean, going from a great research result in the laboratory to how is that actually going to be turning into a business that's addressing some kind of market. So we've tried on this. I mean, the EIC is known for the accelerator, but we have the transition instrument, and it's a substantive grant to go from a proof of concept. It could be about creating a spin-out. It could be about a collaboration with an existing company. But we found it's hugely kind of missing in Europe. And we've kind of designed it so it's both doing the technology and the business, because I think there's also a danger that you kind of think about the technology, but then you only think about the business later. And the idea of this is that you're kind of testing the technology, but at the same time, there's a huge amount of work to develop the kind of business case. So it's trying to, I mean, our sort of problem is very limited. We fund about 40, 50 of these a year. Most of them come from the ERC. It's actually very interesting as a follow-up to the proof of concept. And of course, all of this comes from universities. So I think it's very relevant, but it's a kind of big thing that we need to see ways of putting more support in.
Yeah, Anton, yeah.
I would like to combine the question and also with your thoughts, elaborating a bit. So first of all, the role of university. The role of university is to bring technology to technology readiness level 4. That's a pretty simple way to answer.
Is everybody aware of the TRLs, the technology readiness levels? It's sort of the stage of development. So we're going from basic research all the way to the market.
What it means, in simple words, that universities have to provide good environment for talent to be able to learn and develop their scientific initiatives to a point where the science is proven. And from that moment, there are basically two ways. It's either this science that has been developed is close to industry and you could build a business case quite easily, like in synthetic biology, which in many cases is derived all the research from industry response. But there are much tougher cases where the application of technology is not visible, it's not on the surface. You need to understand what is the best way to plant this seed of effort to build a business case. And this is what we have now invested 15 years into, to crack this code of how to combine science and entrepreneurship. So two different natures, allowing scientists to continue doing their research after even TRL4 and help them come to a team with entrepreneurial-minded people who are willing to commit their nature of talent, their making things happen effort in order to create investable teams from this. And it's an entrepreneur who is going to aggregate additional skills, including industrial expertise to validate potential journey of this technology being implemented somewhere along this let's say, road of development of the company. So there's a very specific element here that is missing. It's entrepreneurial spirit that doesn't need to conflict with nature of scientific talent. So those are really two worlds in our case. And yeah, I can go about this for ages.
let me
to speak about it with every tech transfer office, because we're helping tech transfer offices to increase their efficiency in that way. Yeah.
So what we need is business literate scientists and science literate entrepreneurs. Is that the...
No.
No? Okay. I've completely misunderstood.
No. I mean, it is yes, but
okay.
But the but is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a but, and then there's a book about this but.
I think we had another question from the audience. Yeah, over here. Can we get a microphone for the... Yeah.
Because just for statistics, it's 95% of entrepreneurs that are founders of the companies that we help tech transfer offices to co-create, in this case, spinning off, allowing talent to create it with entrepreneurs. They don't have technical background. Yeah. There are mechanisms and instruments how to break down any technology into blocks of logic to envision route of commercial development of this technology to bring it to a form of service or a product by aggregating expertise. So entrepreneur doesn't need to be this guy who is going to know about the industry. No, they're gonna invite the guy, hire the guy, motivate the person who was working in industry for 20 years or more or less, and will help.
Anton is very passionate about this. He will now go on for another hour, so let's take the question.
But you got it, right?
Yeah. Collaboration is the... Yeah.
Thanks, Lido.
I know. I've been with him together before.
Yeah, could we have the question, please?
Yeah, actually... Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I think it's actually a wonderful segue into my question, which complements the previous one. I'm Uschi Simmons from COSIR, trade industry representing medical imaging, health ICT, and radiotherapy. And I'm just kind of curious, we've talked about universities, but on the wish list, we also had the large companies. And we've talked about, money from large companies, but there is, of course, also the tech aspect and the knowledge aspect. And I'm just really curious, do you see, is there sort of a magic sauce for when you build that ecosystem, actually also connecting, deep tech to the large companies, ensuring, knowledge transfer sort of there, for them to understand as you're emerging out of universities with that deep tech, how the system works, how that market works.
Could we ask Keith for a response? Would that be all right?
Yes, I think big companies are also massive generators of talent as well. You see a lot of startups and successful startups. It's not just people coming from universities, it's people who have the experience in the big companies as well. Fantastic, training that goes on. Something we've done which has been quite successful is kind of EIC corporate days. So we work with big corporates. Most corporates, not all of them, now have kind of startup department or open innovation units, which is actually quite different from their R&D department. So it's quite interesting looking at how corporates are sort of structured. And we'll work with them to say, what are the problems? And then we will look at our whole portfolio. We have 2,000 companies that we've supported, and we'll try and bring in some of the startups that we've been funding that have solutions to the problems of the companies. And the interesting thing is that even though they're kind of big multinationals, often they're quite local. So if their headquarters are in Spain, they'll know the Spanish startups. They won't know there's a company in Estonia. So one of the values we see is bringing it in. And we track what happens, and it's amazing. I mean, we kind of get the corporate to commit. They're going to test out some of these solutions. They have to commit to that, of doing it. But it's been very successful. We've seen a lot of kind of business done afterwards in terms of contracts. So I think we need more ways of getting this interaction. We're trying some new things. We're trying an executive in residence scheme where we can put, sport level people from big companies into early stage research projects to help them think about it. I think these things, you always have to think about the people and how you get the people. I mean, something else we're going to start is an internship scheme where researchers can work in startups for 3 months to get a flavor of it, to see. So I always think we have to think about the kind of human side of this and not just the kind of institutions. And that applies to big corporates that, of course, are people as well.
Vado, that goes a little bit back to what you were saying earlier on about people are maybe not that rational, and we need to have a more human-centric approach to this.
Yeah, definitely. But to support Keith's argument, I think he brought out a valid point. And to answer your question, there is no magic sauce. You just need to do something. And with the corporates, the cycles are somewhat long sometimes. So that's the kind of the flip side of the medal. But I've been like a heavy supporter of startups, and I've been even like anti-corporate at some points. And one of my good colleagues, Madis Raukas from the Applied Research Program, who is sitting just over there, is actually advocating that some of the public funding should go to corporates and to corporate innovation projects, and we should have more of those corporates. And to my great dislike, I have to agree with him that we really do need it, because the corporates are covering the value chain in a much larger extent. So they understand the business, how the business is done in previous stages, in the later stages, and we need more of that. So just start doing.
And on that note, we're unfortunately going to have to end. We ran a little bit over in the last one. We're going to have a quick coffee break for about half an hour now, and then we'll be back to look at the sort of 25 minutes. There we go. We'll be back to look at the markets, more about investment. Thank you very much. Go get a coffee.
Tallinn University's mission is to advance knowledge and technology with the power to create meaningful social, economic and environmental change. The arrival of 5G networks opens up a new world of opportunities for technology to achieve its transformative potential. The Tallinn University of Technology Smart Campus is equipped with all the necessary infrastructure for developing emerging 5G technologies. Scientists and developers from across the private and public domain are welcome to build and test their technology at the campus. The Smart Campus is home to Taltech's autonomous vehicle program and the ISE Auto platform, exploring how intelligent transportation systems and solutions based on smart sensorics can change how we design our cities. Vehicle-to-vehicle communication enables research in sensor-driven junctions, road crossings, and smart road surfaces that improve traffic flow and safety. Companies such as Starship Technologies are developing autonomous delivery robots that are set to revolutionize local delivery and pave the way for new types of everyday services. Smart elevators leverage 5G connectivity to process biometric data, improving security and directing foot traffic in smart buildings. And in industry, new generation networks enable remote VR for operating machinery all over the globe, and autonomous mobile factories for far more resource-efficient production. The vision for the Smart Campus is to establish itself as the foremost centre of excellence, both for developing 5G, IoT and smart city technologies, as well as e-governance and cybersecurity in the emergent era. Tallinn Smart Campus, leading Estonia and the world to a sustainable digital future.
The Estonian Biobank of the University of Tartu has collected genetic and health data from more than 200,000 people. It's almost 20% of the Estonian adult population. This database is unique because the researchers can compare and analyse genetic data together with other lifestyle and health data, which is constantly updated from national electronic health records and through direct communication with biobank participants. DNA affects human health in many different ways, so the Estonian Biobank's database provides researchers with an extremely rich source of research material.
Our research helps to find solutions to prevent and detect cancer earlier based on genetic information.
Recently, for example, more than 1,000 high-risk female participants received data on their genetic findings, predisposing them to breast cancer. We provided information on polygenic risk and hereditary breast cancer risk factors. Participants were explained the nature and impact of their risks and referred for further healthcare follow-up. The studies have provided valuable insight into how the genetic findings could shape a more efficient healthcare system that also considers genetic data to identify people with a higher breast cancer risk. We have taken mental health research as one of the new directions as well. Recently, more than 86,000 biobank participants completed an online questionnaire about their own assessment of their mental health and life experiences. Researchers are analysing the information collected, along with the genetic and health data of these people, to find previously undiscovered links between genetics, environment, and mental health.
This new information gives us an opportunity to develop novel strategies for better prevention, more accurate diagnosis, and more effective treatment options that are tailored to each individual.
We have also started to study the role of the host microbiome in health and disease. The gut bacteria have an enormous impact on human health, affecting our immune system, metabolism, and nervous system. As part of the Estonian Biobank, we established the Estonian Microbiome Cohort, which includes stool, oral, and plasma samples from over 2,500 biobank participants.
These allow us to find links between gut bacteria and different health parameters.
This knowledge will help to identify new microbiome-based biomarkers, which will allow better prediction and diagnosis of diseases and more accurate treatment. To link genetic data to the healthcare information system, our IT researchers are developing data infrastructure that would allow genetic information to be made a daily tool for healthcare professionals to treat and advise patients. Estonian state legislation has also facilitated the journey to the implementation of personalised medicine, as the Estonian Human Genes Research Act provides the basis for transparent and clear use of the data of biobank participants. It applies to research and, in the future, also the healthcare system. This is to make sure we all have more healthy years and better health throughout the whole life cycle. Come on in and I'll drive you to the heart of the campus of Tallinn University of Technology. I understand why it could be slightly distressing to get into a vehicle without a driver, but I have practiced this self-driving for quite some time, and I have become a favourite of many. Here I have the perfect conditions for training. Top-level software developers, special pavements and sensors, a 5G network, smart intersections and so on. All of which we also want to transfer to a real urban environment. I'm ready to go on a test drive in the city. I guess it's finally happening soon. I heard that here at Taltech's Finest Centre for Smart Cities, we are now implementing pilot projects that will help make cities smarter, more user-friendly and energy efficient. One of these projects is the Future Transport Ecosystem Management Solution, which will create an integrated transport system that will also help suburban residents to conveniently use the city's transport network. In this project, I, together with other ICE Auto vehicles, will provide needs-based transport to cover those areas where the city's public transport does not run. This is all for a greener and more sustainable future. Look, there goes our good friend the Starship delivery robot. Hi! Starship Technologies is revolutionizing deliveries with autonomous robots. These self-driving robots are designed to deliver food, groceries and packages within minutes and are monitored by humans who can take control at any time if required. There are many interesting pilot projects in this program. In one of them, pilot dynamic models are used for planning the flora of Tallinn and Helsinki so that we have smaller CO2 footprints and cities with better living environments. Another innovative project will digitally measure the energy efficiency and indoor climate of educational buildings. This will improve the energy efficiency of buildings while ensuring a comfortable indoor climate for studying and working. Then there's the microgrids and energy storage project, which aims to optimise the management of energy use and storage in local governments by simplifying the consumption of renewable energy. With every year, there will be more pilot projects like these because Taltech believes in a sustainable digital future. And here we are. We have reached the main building. I hope you enjoyed the ride as much as I did and that we will meet again soon here on the smart campus of Tallinn University of Technology. We have loved science ever since we were little willow shoots. Today our dream comes true, and together with the Estonian researchers at the Centre of Excellence, called Ecol Change, we're investigating ecological changes around the world. Climate change is a very slow process. I haven't strongly perceived it myself. Changes are measured using the SMEAR ecosystem monitoring mast, and the evidence is clear. The future of many habitats around the world could be very different and scary for the species that live there today.
Apparently, during the time of my ancestors, sweet potatoes did not grow in this area. But look at us now. I'm beginning to realise how serious these changes have been and will still become. Nobody knows precisely all the things that affect our coexistence in the ecosystem. Invisible organisms such as fungi and bacteria have a huge effect on the Earth's flora, which we are now starting to discover. Plant ecologists at the Estonian University of Life Sciences and their colleagues at the University of Tartu have collected a wealth of data from around the globe. Each team at Ecol Change's high-tech facility contributes to finding out how plants, fungi and animals adapt to the changing climate. I'm new to this lab, so I'm interested in knowing whether I would have a future in the Nordic region alongside potatoes. I want to help diversify people's diets. I'm also going to look into the plant growth chamber. Our friends from all over the world grow there. I find it very exciting that scientists are experimenting with new field crops like myself in the Ecol Change project. They do this to find crops that are stress tolerant and can adapt to the future climate. This way, we can secure the food supply for humanity.
We were included in the study group of plant ecophysiology and biosphere-atmosphere interaction. This group studies plant adaptation to changes in temperature, humidity and CO2 content. Plant response to stress, which is caused by pest attacks and diseases, is also studied here.
In the gas exchange laboratory, we measure the photosynthesis of plants. Gas chromatography helps identify volatile organic compounds released by plants under stress. This method has made our laboratory well known around the scientific world.
Now we are in the microscopy lab, where researchers can take a closer look at our leaves' inner structure. From this, they can estimate which plant is going to grow faster.
All the project data provides the opportunity to draw conclusions, for example, about how volatile organic compounds emitted by plants and greenhouse gas emissions affect the carbon cycle in various ecosystems and global climate change, and vice versa. The important thing is that the research data were added to the global database. Only this way can visualize the effects of climate change and better predict the future. It is necessary to implement ecologically sustainable management right away in both forestry and agriculture in order to anticipate rapid change and prepare for new circumstances. It is easier to try to prevent the destruction of existing ecosystems than to restore them later. We still have things to discover, so jump on board. There was this weird coincidence. I had a dream. Matty and I were walking down a bumpy village road. The sun was blazing through the smog, an industrial wasteland. It was hard to breathe. Rubbish covered the ground like a rash, clogging the ditches. Poisons pouring into the river. A mass of people was forming ahead, tropical folks. In the middle of all this, a foreign woman glowing palely, explaining something. Couldn't hear what because of the gulls shrieking. The gulls looked like lints of fabric rising into the sky. I would have probably just forgotten it, but a few days later we went along with our friends to the art academy. There was this open house day and a fashion designer gave a talk about using sustainable methods in the textile industry. Her descriptions about the factories often moved to faraway lands to be out of sight, with piles of residue behind them, seemed familiar from the dream I'd had, and she was like a stream of hopeful light in the centre of chaos. Turns out there is a pretty good way of not creating the trash piles at all. Well, there is always some kind of solution, but the point here is that it's possible to reduce waste in a preventative manner, to do it in the early stages of production, on an industrial scale, and that it hadn't yet been done. This was the surprise. She had graduated from the Estonian Academy of Arts as a fashion designer and wanted to stick to this vocation, but without taking part in the wasteful processes of the industry. After looking quite deeply into ways of using post-consumer textile and production leftovers for creating new clothes here in the homeland, she travelled to those faraway lands and their textile factories. There she studied what was thrown away and why, and what could be done to save this material, to use it right there on the spot, to upcycle. Software was developed with which a brand and a factory can measure the manufacturing leftovers of a product, to then be able to use this material for creating another product. It's important to know if there are some rolls of textile just lying around from a previous time, or how many completed items were not sold. For example, you can save about 90% of water and energy when you produce a cotton t-shirt using the upcycling method, instead of just creating one from scratch. Instead of shrugging it off with a river of junk, one should start designing things smartly. I'm more of the old school type myself. I didn't get this UpMade certificate. My environmental impact is not measured. But I'm not jealous, I'm hopeful. After this visit and hearing the lecture, I started to believe that global collaboration is possible and that industries can move towards sustainable production. Maybe an individual can spark a change. I'm now wondering if I could become a donor. The knees are a bit worn, but there are some other usable parts, I think. Or at least I hope one day there will be a dignified manner of recycling me. This is also one of the things that senior researchers are planning there in the Sustainable Design and Material Lab in the Estonian Academy of Arts, partnering with Moi University in Kenya, to study ways of recycling used clothes. The lab has also researched biocomposite materials, and they're studying algae as well. So a lot of exciting and promising things are on the way.
Caltech University's mission is to advance knowledge and technology with the power to create meaningful social, economic, and environmental change. The arrival of 5G networks opens up a new world of opportunities for technology to achieve its transformative potential. The Tallinn University of Technology Smart Campus is equipped with all the necessary infrastructure for developing emerging 5G technologies. Scientists and developers from across the private and public domain are welcome to build and test their technology at the campus. The Smart Campus is home to Caltech's autonomous vehicle program and the ISE Auto platform, exploring how intelligent transportation systems and solutions based on smart sensorics can change how we design our cities. Vehicle-to-vehicle communication enables research in sensor-driven junctions, road crossings, and smart road surfaces that improve traffic flow and safety. Companies such as Starship Technologies are developing autonomous delivery robots that are set to revolutionize local delivery and pave the way for new types of everyday services. Smart elevators leverage 5G connectivity to process biometric data, improving security and directing foot traffic in smart buildings. And in industry, new generation networks enable remote VR for operating machinery all over the globe, and autonomous mobile factories for far more resource-efficient production. The vision for the Smart Campus is to establish itself as the foremost center of excellence, both for developing 5G, IoT, and smart city technologies, as well as e-governance and cybersecurity in the emergent era. Taltech Smart Campus, leading Estonia and the
Hello,
world to a sustainable digital future.
Hello. Does it work? May I ask people to get closer and take your seat, please? Doesn't work. Does it work now? Does it work now? It works now. Yes. So after the sparkling break, I have seen that so many people changed views and enjoyed each other, not only the coffee. We try to be back. So welcome you again. I'm back as a moderator for the panel 2, where we will discuss the absorption capacity. And for this panel, we have 4 distinguished speakers. 2 of them are running business. Yeah, so we asked for the real use cases from the region. One from Estonia, the skeleton technology, and the other one is the fresh CNET from Poland. And we have the 2 institutions who are enablers of the market absorption. One is the EIT, who has a very, very good fame and good reputation, especially in Central Eastern European countries. I dare to say that because in Brussels we have seen time to time differing opinion, but I think that we have to say and repeat again and again that the EIT, especially in our region, made a difference. So we have here the EIT, and we have here the EIB, who is the European Investment Bank and the European Innovation and Technology, so the 2 enablers. So I'd like to ask joining to the floor, Arnaud.
Good luck with the pronunciation.
Yeah. Arnaud Castagnet, also Krzysztof Czaplitsky, Chris, Marta Kaczmarek, and Andreas from the EIB. Yeah. Before we go to the matters, I'd like to also add to the discussion which we had about what is deep tech. I went through the several definitions, and I think that for the European legislation, especially if we wish to found it properly in the future, we need to come up with a more simple and common definition. Otherwise, it will be a difficult one. Myself, I made a definition for myself. I looked at the past 200 years, as a kind of mech-tech, mechanical technology, where we use the steam engine amplified with electricity afterwards to use the primary resources, the resources which we used for centuries, yeah, being a coal, being it whatever. Yeah? And then, due to the market forces, the global consumption needs, and the scarcity of everything, now we have to turn from the primarily used resources of any kind to the other resources, being it for energy, being it for whatever else. Yeah? So we need the knowledge more than ever, and the knowledge was enabled by the high tech. So now I think that the knowledge amplified by the high tech will drive us to the sustainability for the future, and for me this is deep tech in whatever field of technology. And this is what we will discuss here. What is the crux of the matter? How you imagine the deep tech company, how you plan the deep tech company, how we see the future. Where are we in the market development? We are in the beginning. Will it be a bubble like we had the .com in 2000, or will it be the transition, the real transition, and we change the century? Why I use the example of the 200 years of the mech-tech. The mech-tech changed the future and the prosperity for Europe. These were the age of the good companies created and survived for a very long time. So the big question, can we create the deep tech companies which will be sustainable for 50, 100 years in the future? I'd like to ask the team to introduce you a bit, especially those who are the companies, what are you doing, and where is the crux of the matter? I don't know who is to start.
Marta, do you want to start?
But I'm not business.
Okay. Hello everybody. Sorry, then I'm going to start if it's fine. Hello everybody. My name is Arnaud Castagnier. As you can notice from my strong accent, I'm French, but I'm representing Skeleton Technologies, which is an Estonian high-power energy storage company. Where we differ from most of the battery companies in Europe is that we really focus on the high-power, fast-charging segment of energy storage on one side, but also in addition to this, we are using our own proprietary raw material, which we call curved graphene, meaning that our products do not need nickel, cobalt, or any of these raw materials that are mined or processed from outside of Europe. So we're based in Estonia. We have a manufacturing sites in Germany, and now I would say we are probably considered as not a deep tech startup anymore, but a scale up, because now we have 350 employees.
So, Chris.
Amazing, thank you. So I'm Chris. I'm from Poland. I'm running the company that is originates from Poland, but it acts or it does business right now in 6 continents, including Americas, Africa, Europe, and India. So the technology we are behind is about the technology that transforms the packaging industry, not only the packaging industry, but actually the whole supply chain, from the grower, packer, logistic company, packaging companies, up to the retail, by delivering the technology that helps to preserve the freshness and nutrition values and appearance and the quality of fruits, vegetables, cut flowers, and potted plants. So this is what we do. And that's kind of a unique, because we have different plants. Although, you know, in order to drink beer, you don't have to build a factory. So we work with different companies that are approaching us as they wanted to have the pedigree of Vidre Plus technology, and by providing that pedigree, they become they have the opportunity to have a functional product. So now we speak about the commodity products that are like flexible packaging, paperboard, cardboard packaging. They have no functions. Just maybe for those who know a little bit more about that, except maybe MAP, so modified atmosphere packaging. The rest is a pure commodity. Now we, by delivering our solution, change that into speciality, which is without any reorganization when it comes to the factories. So basically no capex investment, any margin added to the product means pure profit to them. So happy to be in the position that the interest in the company is from major global players, and that hasn't been done if we wouldn't focus on having in our team international team members, actually. So that's how we were focusing on building the company, but probably maybe there's some other questions. However, I would say that this was thanks to the bigger group, actually the mother company, and they are all consist from the science. These are organic chemists, super, I would say, talented, as they've been able to create the technologies such as Fresh Inset, but also others that every one of us uses daily, or have probably multiple devices that has the compounds. Some of them are from the second company. I'm speaking of compounds that are used in, they are so-called emitters, so the compounds that emit light, so the ones that you use in your OLED displays, and some other stuff as well. All that is from the guys who are scientists. Myself, I'm biotechnology graduate, however, haven't been working as a scientist, unfortunately.
I'd like to get back to two of you yet with a bit of question on the personal matters, because you have a very interesting life story. Yeah, so it was discussed that we go from the universities to the startups, but actually you were from multinational before, Chris. Yes.
True. I think this is very interesting because we share some of our mutual experience that coming from the countries that go through the transition. So 20 years ago, there was actually almost no one who can take the position as a person working for the IFI, IBRD, IFC, MIGA, to help private sector to get access to the IBRD, let's say, procurement. same-wise as investment projects and then insurances. So this 20 years ago, when I was a little bit younger than I am right now, I got into the projects that were investment and consulting projects on emerging markets. So in Africa, in Southeast Asia, and a few more. I mean, these are the regions, maybe not market countries, but it was super interesting. And then, yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. Yeah, so the wolf goes to the wood. Yeah, so I just said, fine, wonderful. It's great to be in Thailand in a project. Maybe less in Mozambique at the time, but still, it was fun. And I got back, and I taken advantage of another, let's say, transition that happened. It is still ongoing, which is building a private equity market in Poland. I mean, it was there, but it was the private equity as a PE funds, and then public market, so the stock market, but there was no seed or pre-seed, seed, venture capital, business angels, and so on. So that is when it was incentivized by European Union, and has been, let's say, growing until now. And I took that opportunity and also set up and was running my seed fund, and then get involved into investment projects. And then I also found the group that I invested and take the operational role in developing the strategy and business for some of those companies, and now focus on fresh inset.
So one way, go to the cooperation and then bring back the knowledge and create something global from the middle of Poland. We have a very different story for you as well, because you are from Paris. You ended up in Estonia. You came from the Prime Minister office to work for a production facility. So can you tell us something about this, Arno?
Yeah, so previously I was working in Paris for the French president, François Hollande. I also worked in Brussels for Digital Europe. I worked for the Estonian government, so I have experience working in two different governments. I worked for the e-residency program, and now I'm in the private sector working for Skeleton Technologies. I would say it's quite coherent, actually, because the topic of clean tech, of battery industry, of energy topics are actually highly political. We are talking about strategic autonomy. We are talking about reindustrialization. We are talking about energy security, about independence. And as we often explain also at Skeleton, energy security is a security matter as well. So these topics are totally linked with each other. So that's why I don't have the impression that my job has changed so much by moving from the public sector to the private one.
Okay, so this is another way, yeah? To go to the president office, working then the deep tech company in other country, and think that it's almost the same thing. Yeah? So it's all the same thing. It's an interesting concept. Yeah. I'd like to turn now to you, Andreas, because the European Investment Bank was quite pioneering to have a deep tech unit. Yeah? So you have actually created the unit, which you wish to tell more about the unit?
Yeah, I mean,
how it came?
To talk about the unit, I have to talk about what we do first. But I work at the European Investment Bank in a department and in the division, let's say, where we provide venture debt. We do it quite innovatively. A decade ago, when we tried to start, the idea was we wanted to create a venture capital team within the EIB. For several reasons, this wasn't exactly what we achieved. So basically now we're providing it's the highest risk team that works at the EIB. We do the highest risk lending. EIB traditionally is a very big bank, and it doesn't take too much risk. It usually supports infrastructure projects around Europe. I mean, lately the bank is changing its skin, but at least historically it was supporting infrastructure projects mostly, and R&D of very big corporations. In the last decade, we tried to basically do what at the time we saw that nobody else was doing. We were trying to take risk that we thought that the market wasn't taking, and so we try to evolve into startup financing. And we have three units doing that. One focuses on clean tech, one with life sciences, and the other one is what we call deep tech and digital. The name is new, and we're trying to adjust with the times. We basically recently, last year, changed the name in order to get better recognition of what we're financing. The important thing is that the name is new, but the process isn't. In the last decade, we have supported, I mean, I'm very proud to say that Skelentech is one of the companies that we provide money for. But we have supported several companies, with what we call patient capital, in order to be able to grow and hopefully be pan-European or global champions in what they do. So the name only comes because we're trying to basically come after the market and get better recognition of what we do. I think the market has evolved into recognizing that the companies that we're financing are deep tech, and therefore we want to also get the understanding of this is the type of companies we're supporting. We're also supporting, let's say, lower tech companies, admittedly. But deep tech is something we really care about, and we hope that we will grow even more. I mean, the whole portfolio is about 7 billion now in the last 9 years. Deep tech, we have more than 2 billion committed capital for deep tech companies around Europe.
So quite significant, yeah. So it's an invitation to the dance. They have a deep tech unit at the EIB. Anyone feels to go for it, please contact the EIB. Yeah. And with this, I'd like to now turn a bit back to Arno, actually, because when we had a pre-discussion, Arno said something very important. Yeah, that the deep tech companies have the feature that they need a production site. Yeah, so it ends up in the production. And therefore, it's not only the innovation which has a more risk and has to be pre-financed, but also to get to the market and sold the product. Yeah, so the return on investment is a higher, and you call it a patient investment. Yeah, so you are but also it has been said that you are competing. Yeah, so how you can compete with the fastness, where the return on investment is easier or shorter or faster, especially in the very changing world. Arno, how you see that?
So it's precisely why the combination of both public and private support is extremely important for many of the deep tech companies, especially the ones in the clean tech sector, because very often you have a hardware component. So even if you can develop in the lab a technology, then you will be able to develop the prototype, and then you will need to be able to set up a first power production, and then eventually you can scale up the production, etc. It's always difficult to convince private investors who, unlike what many people would assume, can sometimes be as risk-averse or perhaps even more risk-averse than public institutions into supporting early-stage innovations, especially when you're trying to introduce a new technology in the market. So that's why, I mean, at Skeleton, we've been benefiting from the support from a lot of SHIMs and a lot of institutions supporting early-stage innovations, whether it's the EIB, EIT, EIC, Horizon Europe. So we've been benefiting from many of those. Maybe we have a great grants team, maybe that's why, but we've been really benefiting from all of those. It's not often the case, and especially not in the CE region. Very often we see that innovators in the region do not know which SHIMs, which institutions could potentially support their business and their technology and their company. It's something which actually the European Innovation Council has highlighted, that there's really a lack of not only recipients of EIC Accelerator, but also of applicants, because very often they don't know the difference between one institution or the others, and they don't know they can even benefit from it. So that's one of the first major issue that a lot of deep tech companies, especially in the CE region, are facing. The second one is the scale-up issue, and this is actually what European tech is actually suffering from. Because I'm sure if we ask in the room, I'm not sure many people here could name one or two deep tech scale-ups in Europe or deep tech unicorns. And this is a very important problem, because Europe has the best innovators. We have excellent universities, of course, excellent early stage startups. However, when they want to scale, and very often there's this hardware and manufacturing part, when they want to scale, it can be challenging for them to find in Europe the right financing and the right support if you really want to scale up. I will give one example with the Innovation Fund, which is literally created to support manufacturing scale up and to support mature technologies. In the 2021 Innovation Fund, if you take the call for applications for small scale projects, 70% of the recipients were big companies. And if you look at the large-scale projects, that was 100% of the recipients. So we have really this gap when we try to, where we should be helping deep tech or clean tech startups to really move to the scale-up phase, because otherwise, yes, there will be a risk of not being able to scale and then compete at the global scale, or there will be also a risk of the competition from both the US and China, who are heavily subsidizing their own companies and also not letting the market totally open. So two major issues in terms of geography and in terms of support, not only to deep tech startups of Germany or France or Spain, which are the three leaders in terms of the three leaders in the EIC accelerator. So geographical issue, and then the scale-up issue, which is one of the most concerning ones actually right now in Europe, especially when we talk about clean tech sector.
Thank you very much. I will leave the floor. In the third panel to Simon, maybe to introduce the new service of Science Business will be launched. To navigate better among the different funding schemes. So I will leave it for Simon to talk about it. So there is the big gap between the small and big. Marta, I'd like to turn to you because I think that the EIT is taking care, as Anton also mentioned, very much about the lower TRL level. How do you see this gap? How we can make this jump?
Yeah, thank you for this question, and thank you for all warm words about EIT. It always makes me feel like our work on the ground is acknowledged, because a lot of has been done already, at least for the last decade in our part of Europe. And even though you can see the rankings showing that there is a gap that we have to still close, with EIT, which is Europe's largest innovators network, we have the programs that are focusing on so-called moderate and modest innovators countries, which are exactly the CE region, Southern European regions, which are still progressing in innovations. But thanks to this place-based approach, we are able to, that EIT is cultivating, we are able to scout for the early stage ideas. Sometimes these are only the ideas, not even startups, and we are building the ventures throughout the dedicated programs like EIT Jumpstarter, for instance. Just to give you the example, and I will answer the question regarding the gap between the small and big companies, because this is also a good point. Only in this EIT Jumpstarter, which is a pre-accelerator program, really for idea holders, we built together 100 startups already, which stayed in the EIT, in the Central, Eastern, and Southern Europe. So the brain drain was let's say, addressed. They already collected around 60 million euros, for which for TRL 3-4 is, I think, nice to have.
Impressive.
They created 900 jobs, and some of them pivoted, which is, and for me, why it's so important? It's important because even though some of those startups fail, they have this entrepreneurial background and entrepreneurial education and the first lessons learned that are priceless, especially for the CE and Southern European countries, where this, still we are trying to prove that we are good enough, but actually we are.
We are good enough. Yeah?
Yes.
I'd like to mention something regarding Mata, because Mata is from Łódź. Yeah?
No one knows where is Łódź.
Do you know Łódź?
You know?
Yeah? There is one who knows Łódź. If you don't know where is Łódź, look at it, because Łódź went through the transition recently, which is just amazing. Yeah? It's just amazing. Łódź was the center of the Russian, organized by the Russian Empire as a textile power hub, and you were absolutely a market leader, which somehow, but maybe you can tell more about it. You are located in a manufactura, something called manufactura. Can you tell us something about, to make an appetite for Łódź, which is a special case?
So first and foremost, this I'm not paid by the Łódź municipality. But the city really came through an amazing transition and restored a lot of architecture and converted it into very living places where business thrive, where people want to spend their time, and this is like the academic center. Still, we need to progress with several aspects, but I will just give you the example about the potential of the city, if I may take 3 more minutes. And this will be a journey towards healthcare for a second. Maybe a bit unpleasant or uncomfortable, but let me dare to share it. So in 20 years from now, 1 in 8 people will suffer from diabetes. Now we are calling this a silent epidemic that kills 7 million people every year. So it's more or less like a population of Finland. So you can assume that in the next 1 or 2 decades, someone from your environment will suffer this disease. And now let's turn back in time, and let me share with you the story of a solution that is already available for actually German patients, which was discovered by Czech team Vitadio. And they are offering a digital therapy for type 2 diabetic patients. And why it's so remarkable? It's remarkable because this is the very first solution that is accessible on the German market and can be prescribed like normal drugs and can be reimbursed by the healthcare patients. For me, this is a synonym of success. And why it links to Łódź? Because EIT Health, together with Medical University of Łódź and some of the local stakeholders, decided to create a boot camp, an intensive program, where we invited the innovators, really early stage idea holders from the CE region. And we not overlooked this brilliant idea that was there. And I think this is also the power of this European innovators network that EIT actually is. It's like working with Anton in Latvia, working with other EIT community officers across moderate and modest innovators countries, and scouting for the most promising ideas when no one even look at them.
Maybe on that point, I'd like to say to you that the Nobel laureate this year, Kariko Katalin, who has got the Nobel laureate because of the COVID, she said recently that she met her previous manager from the United States, the professor on the department where she worked in the United States, and they discussed who does what. Yeah? And Kariko Katalin, of course, does travel all around Europe and talking about this success. Do you know what her manager does? Yeah? They are making research with the title that how we could miss it. Yeah? I think it's very much the same story. How we could miss it and how many things we can afford to miss. Yeah? I think it's a question which came to my mind.
Yes,
exactly.
Based on that story. And sometimes, of course, we will not produce, as EIT, of course, the thousands of unicorns or deep tech. Of course, I keep my fingers crossed that my colleagues will obtain this mythical $1 billion and become unicorn one day. But there is a groundwork to be done. Entrepreneurial education, scouting for those young innovators, providing them with also opportunity to validate their ideas. Because actually this is a pain point very often. They don't understand the market, they don't know if their idea really can fly. So, yeah.
Christoph, how do you see it from the business perspective? Do you think that a lot of companies have a lot of good ideas and they are not encouraged, or how do you see the business environment around you? You are engaged in many projects.
Well, this is very complicated to answer that question. Just to try to answer that question, and then so I'll try to share some of experiences that I have, and yeah. So first of all, I think this entrepreneurial education that is required, needed since primary school. I'm a biotechnology graduate. My colleagues are working still at the university. Some of them forgot to breathe. Basically, it's not a complaint. It's just simply that they really don't know how the life looks like. So basically, what you can expect. Then obviously when they come up sometimes with the solution or with the idea, it's just like, idea with without the implementation is a hallucination. Yeah. So basically they are in that space, I would say. So yeah, I think that this is very important to start with that, and this is really a fundamental thing to do, because otherwise it's really very complicated later on to talk to the people and help them even, yes, because there's so much. It's quite funny, because I remember, years ago when I got back and I wanted to introduce, and I've shared that with Eddie, that my seed fund was called Science to Business. And I focus on that very much. So I probably have some experience of working throughout the time, a decade or so, with scientists. And you can imagine that these guys, when I talk to them, hey, we can help you. They were scared. They were scared to share their ideas, because they thought that everyone's gonna steal them from. Then there's another aspect. Though they are super intelligent people, the lack of information and the practical information and knowledge about IP strategy. So, for example, in our case, we work with Fish & Richardson. That's probably the best IP law firm, probably one of the best globally. You could say, how come you can start without actually no money? Because we had no money. I said, fine. Then we will come up with the plan. And that's also what I don't hear very often in the and within the, let's say, that's high. Let's say the stakeholders of let's say at the European Union level, that speaking about the end game. What is the end game? I don't see where there is a plan. It's a lot of around, like with the onion, a lot of the things that they discuss, but they don't talk about end game. So then, when you have a plan, it's easier to get to the point. So it's like I've learned that the river doesn't have to go from south to north. By speaking with my friend, it can go from south to north. So basically, with the river, it flows. It just goes like this, but what is the direction. So at the end of the day, if you have a plan, then you can probably discuss. And Fish & Richardson make an exception to us to make the payment into the contingency. So we negotiate the deals with them. It wasn't like services for equity, but it was something like that, okay, we made it for free to evaluate your technology, to your IP potential. We see that it's very strong, though you have, different players that are multinationals. And we are happy to conduct our service for the contingency fee, which means that up till whatever the check was, if you'll be successful, you will pay us 3 times money what we've invested. But at the point where you're a very young company, you have nothing, it was very, very, very important. And it also leveraged us. So I would say that from my perspective, team, technology, market. So no one invests into technology when there is no market. No one. Probably there should be the level of the government or the country level that should do that. But in the reality, no one invests into that. And I probably think that it's smart. because otherwise the money are spent not wisely, and you can dedicate them into probably better resources. So that's where everyone is repeating: team, technology, market. If you have team, then probably will be able to develop around the technology, and if you have the market, then you'll be successful.
Yeah, may I ask a very basic question? How you have got the first appointment with that company?
So it is interesting because when I was, I met these guys as they had the spark of entrepreneurship, although they were scientists. So they started to provide the custom synthesis services for different guys who are usually approaching them because they have issues and they wanted to go to, let's say, companies with a brand. Because if you're a Sumitomo or you're for BASF, it's kind of awkward that you don't know on how to solve the problem. So they were looking for the guys who can actually do the project for them in kind of a confidential way. So they started with some sort of a Mission Impossible projects, and they were successful. I've met them when I was, in my, let's say, investing in the first companies. When I was in period investing in the first companies, and that was the mother company to Freshinset right now. So these guys are focused on, they come from organic chemistry, but they have solutions for agrochemicals, pharma, and high-performance materials. So high-performance materials that are used in electronic industry. So that's how it started, basically. Yeah.
So beside the team, technology, and the market, you need a leadership, yeah, to get appointment first and push.
I
persistence.
think, yes, but I think that the most important is to learn. Because even if you're persistent, I think that if you don't learn fast, then you are losing actually all the opportunities that we have. And I'm proud to say that the guys that are working for us right now are the people who are executives, and they are not advisors. They are operationally involved in the company, who are at the C-level, and Dow Chemical, Dow AgroScience, Croda, Monsanto, Bayer, Agrofresh. I mean, really tier one players, and they simply also believe in the technology. So when you have these people, you have the network, you have the relationship, you can build all that intangible assets required in the company, because if you're a deep tech, and probably Arno could also agree on that you need to have intellectual capital, relationship capital, then you build the structural capital. Yeah?
Very good. So we have seen the third way, that neither you go to EIT, neither you go to EIB, you go to the commercials and then you make it directly, yeah, straight over. I think it's, why I'm telling it, because Christoph, may I say the secret, asked me how to get from point A to point B in Brussels. And I said, okay, when have you been in Brussels? He said, decade ago, yeah? So you are not the one knocking on the door and begging for something from the EU institution. So it's a very important challenge. Would any one of you react what so far has been said by somebody else? Andreas, please.
Yes, basically, I think what was just mentioned is very important, and it has to do with a topic that it is also relevant with the previous panel. And I work for the European Investment Bank, and we do whatever we can, I think, in order to promote the business and deep tech. But in reality, what is really important is that you don't need, as you just said, access to EIB, EIC, EIT, or whatever else has. In my opinion, and this is strictly my opinion, a deeper capital markets union, a deeper markets union would provide a lot, if not all, a lot of the solutions that we're already looking after. One of the reasons that I've scouted a lot of companies, I've seen a lot of companies in our portfolio, a lot of companies that we rejected, etc., etc. A big problem is that in Europe that we have is that we are fragmented. A company needs to, let's say, start in France and win French market first, and then potentially adopt with other rules and regulations to go to Italy or Greece, etc. That is a significant strategic disadvantage that we have compared, for example, to the US. And the problem is that in many cases, the entrepreneurs, they just get tired. They get tired from, one obstacle, another obstacle, And winning a market, let's say the size of Portugal, takes a huge effort, but it's not a big market. So we need to make sure that the European tech companies can compete and can win the actual advantage that Europe gives them. We have the talent, we have the graduates, the management talent, university, everything is there. But we need to give them, in my opinion, a better market to play with. That's completely my 2 cents, but I think it falls very well in with what you were just saying.
Thank you, Andreas. Would you like to add something?
No, I fully agree with what has been said. Just talking about skeleton, our first customer was the European Space Agency, actually, and organizations like the ESA actually can be great buyers of innovation, and this is what actually public sector can also do: buy innovation, support early stage innovation, not just by funding, but by actually being the buyers and testing the products and validating it, because then it can also it also helps a lot when you engage with private customers that your technology has been approved by public buyers who, again, I would say are not necessarily more risk averse and sometimes are less risk averse than the private ones. Now, I mean, for a company like Skeleton, we are in the battery business, so very quickly for us, we never. I mean, we are in the global business already. We sell everywhere around the world. Europe being our biggest market, but together with North America. So indeed, we try to focus on applications and on sectors and not that much on geographies. We can potentially sell our products everywhere. But indeed, what we see very often, especially in some of our sectors like grid or transportation, etc., indeed the requirements to win a project can really differ from one country to another. Typically, we want some business together with Skoda Electric to supply our supercapacitors in tramways in Mannheim and Ludwigshafen, because our technology allows some major 40% of energy savings compared to other energy storage technologies. But this is not a focus for in many municipalities, actually. In many cases, they will focus only on the cost, not that much on how much energy you can save, or how much CO2 emissions you can save as well, etc. So it really countries don't necessarily have the same legislation and the same focus, and this is indeed something that could be aligned. What kind of priority and therefore what kind of technology you will need for this kind of applications.
Marta, would you like to say something as a?
I agree with you.
Thank you
personally.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but to be honest, I really, what you just said, it really resonates with me. And when we, for instance, talk with Western Balkans stakeholders, the first thing they ask us usually is how to get access to market, how to validate the idea, how to better understand where we can, do you have any test beds or living labs, how we can utilize and check our innovations on the ground in the real environment. So absolutely, I fully agree, and I'm happy that in more and more regional municipalities are open to test such solutions. For instance, in Portugal, in Braga, EIT Urban Mobility is testing solutions regarding urban electric cars and also more livable spaces for citizens. So this is also the societal impact, which is so important. And I think in this discussion about the deep tech, sometimes we may forget, as it was said earlier, this human factor at the end, who needs to understand and adopt the innovation.
I'd like to ask the audience now if there is a question from the floor. Somebody wishes to raise the question? Yes. We have a few minutes left. Or not.
Armin Furtwängler again. I really like the examples that you gave about Braga. You gave the example about Mannheim, Ludwigshafen. Really the risk that I see is, and this is why we have a disadvantage versus China or the United States, is the scalability. If you have that in one community, in one city, even if it's Porto, Madrid, Lisbon, or whatever, that doesn't do the trick and the magic with regard to scalability. If you do it in the United States with a population of 350 million, or just do it in California or Texas, that's completely different. Braga is wonderful, Ludwigshafen, Mainz is wonderful. I live in that area, I grew up in that area, but that doesn't do the trick. And this is why a lot of brain drain is happening, where European startups are going to China and to America. How do you intend to address that? And how does really science business and really also the widening try to address that?
If I may start to answer that question, I would say, which is interesting, because we are living in the EU bubble. That said, I wanted to stay in that European bubble. So it's not that I'm hating anything on that or so. On the other hand, if you're doing projects or actually you're doing business in LATAM or North America or other countries, it's interesting to see how the European technologies are perceived, because they are perceived as high-tech, sophisticated, very nice. Then on the other hand, you have very often, in my, let's say, space, very often illegal competition from China. And the customers that are willing to leverage position of having the high tech versus something that they can sacrifice the price. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but they, for example, leverage. And you have to be ready for that. I would say that I mean, I totally agree with Andreas. So I mean, Europe is overregulated. That's for sure. It complicates things so much. So for example, for us, it was the least. So it was the number 4 market we wanted to follow. So it just happens to be a little bit different now, because we started to work with one of the global multinationals, and they found a way on how we can enter quicker. But if that would be the case, the regulatory process would take us 3 or 4 years. And then at the same time, though we are not competing in the same, let's say, space, but the Chinese are illegal. And just to give you some ideas on what's the scale. So if you consider that the drugs are a problem, and I tell you where the guys are in that business moving into. They move into chemicals. Why? Because if they, for example, and the illegal chemicals in Europe are billions of US dollars. If someone is caught, actually no penalty, because there is no hazardous to the. It's not a cocaine. It's not a drug. So what I'm trying to say is that. I still strongly believe that it's always good to say good things about on where we are, because other places are not much better. I would personally say that I have a choice to live wherever I want to, and I would never live in the US right now anymore. It's changing very, very rapidly, and not always to the good direction. Probably we should take the things that are good at their place. They work harder, they work more, we work less, we have more life balance. On the other hand, we should attract talents. So for example, in other spin-off company, sister to Fresh Inset, there are guys that are coming from South Korea to work in Poland. And if you talk to them, how they work is that they start at 7, they prepare the plan, at 10 p.m., they said what they have done to their boss, and it's 6 days a week. Would you like to work on that? So, and now what has also changed when it comes to the startups is that in the past, people were thinking, I want to have a chunk of the company and I'll become a millionaire. Now it has changed, so they wanted to have a high salary. Then where you are, you're then competing with Metas, with Googles, and so on. So I think that we are in a good place, and I don't see also in terms of high tech, this is really strange for me, where those statistics comes from. I would say, on the contrary, what I have heard, that on average, human being and a dog has 3 legs. So it's, for me, I don't see that being somewhere the Chinese competition, unless the big companies like Huawei probably is your main competitor in some of the markets when it considers the storage and so on. But the high-tech companies, about maybe beyond TikTok, how many more of them? So I would strongly recommend to feel proud that we are in Europe, and try to work on just being able to equity to flow, and work on being less regulated.
Thanks very much. I think that it's a wonderful end of the panel. Yeah, you said.
Can I just add one point just to answer?
Yeah,
no, because
me too.
I mean,
Okay, you
no,
were
because
silent.
we.
Sorry, you were silent. That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
thought.
No, we're in the battery market, so indeed, I mean, the competition from the US with the Inflation Reduction Act or from China is massive, and especially in the high power segment of the battery market, where all of our competitors are actually from Asia. So there's no other European company that manufactures at scale supercapacitors and high power batteries. So indeed, the competition is massive, and actually many of European either cities or European companies, they are geographically agnostic. They will go for the cheapest technology, which sometimes doesn't follow the same sustainability requirements which we do. But this is indeed the kind of competition we're having. And in the battery market, right now, out of the 50 gigafactory projects that have been announced in Europe, first of all, not all of them are going to be financed and most likely they're going to be downsized and downscale. And also many of them are actually reproducing the same technology that's still going to increase our strategic dependencies on raw materials like nickel or cobalt. So indeed, Europe is actually not in such a great shape in terms of clean tech sector. On our side, I mentioned a project in Mannheim with Hafen. We're working also with Martin Rea, Canadian company, with the City of Toronto. We have customers like Siemens, Shell, etc. So what we usually would explain is that when you are a deep tech startup that at some point has reached the moment where your main issue is, I mean, of course, commercial is always the main issue. However, when it's really about scale-up manufacturing, then you need partners, and you need partners with corporates, with companies who can also bring the knowledge and experience of building more factories and building them fast. This is what we benefit. That's why we actually Siemens is our strategic partner, investor and customer. So it helps us to now work with a lot of different Siemens entities. But this is how it really works. Because when you build a startup, it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to know what manufacturing is about and how you can build factories fast. Because we have this issue in Europe. It takes 1 year to get a permit. It takes time to get the right power capacity for a factory, water supply, and this is a kind of problem that a lot of startup founders are not necessarily able to navigate. That's why building partnerships between startups, innovative startups, and big corporates, in my opinion, is critical.
Marta, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, only one thing. In entrepreneurial education, one of the most important components is peer-to-peer learning, and it really works also for our region. The same is for local municipalities and regions. The regions have to learn from each other and have to be open and not be afraid of sharing secrets coming from lessons learned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to say something?
No, I think the colleagues covered mostly all of the things that I would add. So it was quite good.
Okay. So then with this, I do not ask anymore for more questions because we need to get the next panel to go. And what I'd like to share one more word. Preparing for this session, I went through all of my innovation books and reading everything through, and I found a book from 2007 called Innovation Confidence. And this is what I have heard from this panel, the confidence. So it's not only the entrepreneurial thing, but you just have to believe that you can do things which is more than just an entrepreneurial spirit. Thanks very much for the panel. I encourage all of you to go for successful meetings with the two companies to learn about more, with the EIB, with the EIT. And we keep close connection both with the EIB and the EIT for the future conferences around the widening, because I think that we still have to go and do what was said in the beginning, that the participation is not yet there. So the success stories are there, but the applicants and the participation is not there, especially for some part of the region. And it clearly cannot be done from one corner. We have seen the example of Bulgaria. We had the Commissioner for Research and Innovation for Bulgaria, but it doesn't mean that Bulgaria is the champion in applying to the European research programs. Yeah? So talk to the success stories, and thanks very much for coming and being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to the final session. So, my name is Simon Pickard. I'm the Network Director at Science Business, and we've heard an awful lot of positive things today about the importance of universities in this new reality, the new paradigm of deep tech in Europe. It's talent. It's attracting, it's training, it's developing, it's the fundamental research, it's the proof of concept up to TRL level 4, it's the engagement with industry, it's knowledge production partners, knowledge transfer into government and policy, and so on and so forth. It's fantastic. There's so much that universities can do. But you take that together, and that's quite a burden of responsibility. All of these different roles that universities can potentially play and may be expected to play in the deep tech agenda as it moves forward at a European level. So we're going to use this final session to do a little bit of a reality check. Right? It's great that we herald the potential of universities, but are they ready? What does deep tech actually mean for universities if they really want to seize this opportunity landscape and be actively positioned at its heart? What does it mean in terms of internal competencies, structure, positioning? What does it mean for partnerships with industry? What does it mean in terms of the mindset within a university community? How deeply can deep tech go into the way that scientists think? So I'm going to invite our 4 panelists to come and join me on stage. First of all, Mart Marzik, who is over to the side, who we've already seen a little earlier today. So Mart is the CEO and Investment Director at Tartu Ventures at the University of Tartu. Second, we have Sonja Vos-Popelaars, who's the Managing Director of TUE Participations at the Eindhoven University of Technology. The two of you, please, just come and take a seat. Then we have Ilaria Tagliavini, Head of Operations at European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Last but by no means least, Otmar Slama, who is the Chairman of the Board of Charles University Innovations in Prague in the Czech Republic. So a warm welcome to you all. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, there was a little question earlier, or reference, from Chris's conversation with Edith about how to get from A to B in Brussels. Well, let's follow the Commission profile. We'll do a public consultation, then we'll do an evaluation, then hopefully by the end we'll get to an impact assessment, and then ultimately the political leadership will decide whether or not all that effort was worth it. So let's start with a public consultation, right? The first question to the panel is going to be whether or not they think deep tech has genuinely entered the mainstream. Are we talking about a real activity or something that's still quite niche? And then the second part of it is whether or not they think universities are ready for this new reality. But first, I'm going to ask you what you think. So let's have a show of hands on that first question. How many of you think deep tech has effectively entered the mainstream of research and innovation in Europe? 1. Thank you, Anton. We have hope. It's a small straw, but we're going to cling to that. Okay, so I think that kind of anticipates the answer to the second question. How many of you think that universities are ready to seize this opportunity? Are they ready for the new deep tech paradigm? 3, 4, 5. Good. 6. Mostly from Tartu and Tallinn, but never mind. Okay, so interesting that for all of the very positive rhetoric earlier today about the importance of deep tech, its alignment with the new European innovation agenda, actually the rationale for us doing this conference, we're not quite there yet in terms of mainstreaming. But let's turn to you to hear your thoughts. So I'm going to work down the panel this way. Otmar, let's start with you. Do you think deep tech is now a mainstream reality, and are the universities ready for it?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I don't think so. At least not in Czech Republic, from where I'm coming from, or in the Visegrad 4 countries, where I can see how does it work. I would say the countries as Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and this part of the Europe are still learning how to do the tech transfer. still improving and still learning from the Western and Northern countries. And from my point of view, the deep tech is as you mentioned, something niche, something which is more complicated from the point of view of the tech transfer. So definitely it's not anyhow broad idea or anyhow spread it. And if we are ready, I think we are still struggling with the tech transfer itself. So I don't think so we are ready.
Okay, great, thank you. Now, I should also note that we felt it was important in this conference that the conversations weren't uniquely focused on deep tech and universities in Central Eastern Europe. This is a pan-European shift, and so we also wanted to make sure that we had a Western perspective. And so, Sonia, the spotlight's on you. TU Eindhoven is obviously deeply invested in this area, as is the Brainport region. What's your take on the status of deep tech and the positioning of universities?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think we are very much aware that deep tech, that we need deep tech and that we need to bring it to the next phase. So there is very much consensus and commitment about that. But there is also room for improvement, much room for improvement. I think our university in Eindhoven is very much into deep tech, thanks to the big companies like ASML, NXP, so we are very close to deep tech companies. But still, we need a lot to improve, especially, and it's already said, we need deep pockets for startups in new technologies, which make deep tech possible. So, a lot to do.
Okay. Now, Mart, what do you have to say?
Yes, I think we can have a debate about critical mass. What is the definition of critical mass and mainstream? But I believe that we have critical mass. So that means that thinking about other way around. So if tomorrow all the researchers will come and visit Tartu Ventures, say, I would like to build a company, we have another type of trouble. So I think we need at the beginning critical mass, with whom to start to work, and yes, we have it, and I think based on that we can learn, and I think those people becoming as a role model for the next ones. So that kind of the critical mass, yes, mainstream, maybe not yet.
Okay, very good. Now, last but not least, Ilaria, what's your thought from the EIT umbrella perspective?
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks for having me here, by the way. I will give you a double perspective from my EIT, let's say, point of view as a EIT representative, but also as a university lecturer, because I've been teaching at university for 10 years in northern Italy. I do believe that universities have done very good steps ahead, especially in terms of integrating entrepreneurship and innovation into programs. But I also do believe that there's still a lot has to be done, especially in terms of really being able to push innovation and research into, and those innovations into the market. This is a key point. But also in terms of, let's call it geographical divide, but not necessarily, because I'm not only mentioning, maybe Central Europe versus other countries, but also within countries in Western Europe. We have excellencies in those countries, but we have also universities that still needs to be brought up to speed. So in general terms, I think we need to, for sure, bring those universities up to speed. And the IT is the largest European ecosystem. We do have 2,400 partners, and roughly 400 of them are universities. And we have been collaborating with them quite a lot. The higher education institution initiative is probably our core initiative supporting universities, and we are really fully committed to bringing this to the next level now.
Okay, thank you very much for those opening thoughts. And we're going to loop back to some of the EIT activities that's been mentioned earlier, like the Deep Tech Innovation Pledge a little later. But first, when I did my Googling, my reading ahead of today's session, you put in deep tech and universities, you follow a few links, and one of the terms that comes up most frequently is untapped potential. untapped potential. So I'm going to ask the members of the panel whether they think that's a fair assessment of where we are today in terms of universities and deep tech, and if so, what they think would be the keys to unlock that potential moving forward. Mart, I'm going to start with you on this one. How would you respond to the untapped potential reference?
Yeah, maybe one of the Googling prompts could be that tapped potential or locked potential to find the cases, and that's also what we have, I think. But thinking about this untapped potential, I see this as a funnel. There has to be a lot of opportunities, and that's normal, that as a competition, that not all the companies and not all the opportunities becoming successful. But the more we have and more we do, better we become. So it's kind of a bit of like a training base, that it doesn't mean that the potential which all there, that we have to apply everything 100%. But when we do and when the research is ongoing, then it means that you get the new knowledge and new understanding, and the next iteration and next attempt will become better. So it means this is like the natural part of it. To crystallize those great opportunities, you have to have more opportunities. And we have to respect that not all of the potential of research output is not becoming commercially viable. So that is also that's not realistic. So that you have to build the understanding and the learning curve, and maybe the next trial will be successful as a business commercial point of view. It is, I think we have to think about also from the kind of like applying the research output to the industrial point of view, that every attempt when someone doing something first time, you don't know the journey. But once you have tried, it means second time already know a bit. So that is, I think, also we can see, and I can see that more we do, better we become, and it's also, it's not a waste, but it's kind of like learning, cost of learning that we have to pay.
Very good, thank you. Sonia, let's ask you next.
Yeah, well, I agree. At the same time, I think that universities, especially the technology transfer offices, they can facilitate better by connecting the funnel opportunities with funding parties, with parties who help them with legal stuff, with IP stuff, with building the business case, bringing them to early stage VCs. So I think that universities do have a role in facilitating the funnel opportunities. But I agree, not everyone can be successful, and there is there is learning there. So but I think there is also room for improvement from a TTO perspective.
Absolutely, fully agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's learning in the both ways.
Exactly. I think we need to make startup-friendly TTOs. For example, only low royalties or low equity, so that it's really that it's startup friendly to start, and that makes, I think, the chances for success also better. Yeah.
Would you echo that, Ottomar?
I was thinking about the technologies that we do have at our TTO when I was preparing for this session, because we are commercializing like every 2 weeks some of the technologies from our university, and we are not distinguishing between the technologies that are just technologies and between the deep tech technologies. But I was looking at them backwards and found the technologies that could be defined as the deep tech, as we mentioned today, and a lot of speakers mentioned today. And I was looking at the differences between the regular technologies and the deep tech technologies. And I realized that the deep tech technologies cost my tech transfer team much more effort to put them on the market. It's more costly for me. And why? I'll give you an example. We are transferring a technology which is for hydrogen engines, like a high-tech, deep-tech, quite massive future-proof technology. We're licensing it to the big German company. And usually we are finishing with the license and that's it, and we don't really need to care. But in order to put it on the market, where we've got interest in the future royalties, of course, there is need to build a quite big facility for tens of millions euros. And we would love to help them with that because it will bring us money. So I'm putting, again, efforts of my team to put it forward. And usually you just pitch it to some of the investors. But in this case, you need to bring on board the national funds. So it happened, there was a meeting where there were 3 ministers of the country that are interested because it will be a strategic infrastructure. They will put a lot of money, and we are cooperating that. They love the cooperation, which is international with the academic sector, and it cost us a lot of energy and a lot of resources just because it's deep tech, because you need much more money. It's quite a complicated topic, so my team, my analytics, need to do the pitches a bit more better way in order to be able to, for the politicians to understand it, why they should put effort in that. And so it's much more complicated for us. And if we are speaking about a funnel, and we are picking if we will be transferring the usual technology or the deep technology, I have to count that it will cost me much more resources than the others if I'm picking which one I will be transferring. So it's quite tricky.
Great, thank you. I have a follow-up question about the production topic that was discussed in the previous panel, but Ilaria, any first thoughts from you on this issue of untapped potential? I mean, you get to basically survey what's going on in deep tech all across Europe. Do you think we're making real progress, or do you think there are still smart ways that we could unlock the real impact within universities, the real innovation?
I see a couple of aspects that I'd like to share. One first aspect is related to the fact that whenever we talk about deep tech programs for students, we tend to think about technology in various different fields of applications, very technical stuff. But to me, the entrepreneurial aspects needs always to be there, because students need to learn not only about technologies, but always about how then to make those technologies become a business, become a startup, how to scale it up. So sometimes I still see this aspect as lacking in the way we train our students. Clearly, this aspect needs to be pushed quite a lot if we really want to make deep tech something that can grow and that can be meaningful for the competitiveness of Europe. The other aspect that I'd like to highlight is the fact that deep tech is not only to be seen as education for students, but also as reskilling of actual workers that are already, adult learners in companies, because this is a huge problem for, companies right now. They do not have the right talents to be able to face some of the challenges, And okay, you look for talents, new talents, the new generation of deep tech students, but you also need to have your workforce absolutely up to speed in order to be able to face those challenges. And, this is, for example, what the Deep Tech Talent Initiative is about. And here we are collaborating with universities and with companies in order to be able to bring European workforce up to speed on this.
Okay, so that's actually a good segue into the next topic, which is the way that deep tech encourages or obliges universities to rethink the way that they engage with industry. Large and small companies, I hasten to add, not just in terms of the big multinationals, but of course this has two components. There's the technology side that we've talked about before, and also this human side in terms of skills, talent development, and so forth. So maybe let's ask you, Sonia, first. I mean, obviously you have the benefit of having some huge companies right on your doorstep, actually, inside the campus. So when you're thinking about deep tech development, commercialization pathways in cooperation with industry, is there anything fundamentally different from what you would do in non-deep tech climates?
Yes, I think so. Because, for deep tech, we need long-term commitments, where I think the university should prepare the long-term roadmap together with the big corporates and involving the SMEs as well. So we need projects and programs for longer term due to deep tech, where we involve not only research but also industry partners, and not to forget also students for the creativity. That's what we also learned in the past years, that we need students for the creativity in those projects. But long-term commitment, I think that's crucial. Also valorization targets in those programs, in those roadmaps. Filling the funnel and supporting them when there are startup opportunities. What we also see is that we are very close, not only with the big corporates, but also with a few early stage VCs, for example, Innovation Industry Fund. We give them access to our opportunities, so they have access in a very early stage. It's not a company yet, but just looking at the opportunity and building the business case together. That also helps very much in terms of in cases of deep tech. So early involvement with potential VCs.
And is this the same situation in Estonia, Mark?
Yes, I think we don't have that luxury that large HQs are not there next to our doors, so I think that's like the reality. But also we see this quite well, that it's not about only the R&D collaboration agreement based, but what we're now experimenting is also equity-based collaboration. So it means that you have long common goal, and quite often you're iterating different technologies, and you also might include different people with different backgrounds to fulfill those goals. So I think being more dynamic and more keeping this long-term goal, and also building the teams according to situation where you are at that journey. So that type of flexibility, I really like this kind of VC mindset as well. So because I think risk capital is exactly really adoptable. And they know understanding the market, and there is also quite often portfolio synergies. Similar investors actually having similar industry companies who could be the partners of those early days companies, and they can complement each other. And there again, there is the skin in game, there is incentivized collaboration system, and they will find a way how everyone can complement each other. So that's, I think, I true believer of this free market capital, which is giving the kind of like the right direction for the opportunities.
That's a great perspective. Thank you for that. Ilaria, I'm going to turn to you next, and then we're coming to Ottomar about a related topic. But again, through the different deep tech initiatives that EIT has been running, are you observing that the way that university partners, the way that industry partners, SMEs, and the multinationals are cooperating is fundamentally different from what you've seen in previous programs or in other technology domains? Is it a new paradigm for them? Or are they just having to adapt to certain specificities, certain complexities, certain challenges, risk level, appetite, etc., within their partnerships? How's it changing the way that your partners work together?
I think, we are, at the EIT, we're basically creating ecosystems. And we see that there is a change in mindset, a cultural change, if you like, that needs to happen, especially in the way universities relate to business, to the business ecosystem. Of course, we have excellencies, some of them here, that are already down that path, but there are many more that needs to be to shift into that type of mindset, because university is not just producing the next generation of talents, but is being able to integrate the research and the ideas and giving opportunities to those talents to really prove and experiment their ideas, make their proof of concepts, and set up and build startups. So yeah, there is definitely, there are many different ways we are starting to see universities collaborating, especially with us, with the EIT, but with the overall, let's say, ecosystem. And I'll give you another example. We see many times that putting together these three elements, there are the three key pillars of the EIT: education players, business players, and research players. Many times, the KICs, that are our knowledge and innovation communities, they are, they know very well specific verticals, specific sectors, because they are specialized: EIT food, EIT health, and so on and so forth. And they sometimes transfer to universities, to their university partners, the market needs, the need for specific competencies that are needed from the market. Because, whenever we talk about deep tech is something, difficult to grasp. It can be anything. It have several different applications. It consists in many different specific technologies. It has different nuances according to the sector where you're actually going to apply it. And different sectors have very different needs in terms of how deep tech then translates and can translate into, groundbreaking applications into those specific sectors. So actually, the business, the market, the companies are coming back to us saying, this is what we need, please give it to us. And universities are now going down a path where they are supporting us in customizing programs that are specific to the needs of the market. The academy, if you like, the European Battery Academy is an example. Now the new Solar Academy will be an example. And there, universities, higher institution, education institution will support us in being able to deliver those specialized programs.
Okay, so one of the key value areas is a closer connection with real market needs,
Definitely.
Essentially, with a longer term perspective, one hopes, rather than give me another 100 graduates tomorrow who can do X for me. Okay, good. So we're going to cover one more topic for now in the panel. Then I'm going to invite you to put some questions to the speakers that we have with us. But before we do, I'm going to come to Ottomar first. And, it's a deliberate choice here that we have tech transfer offices on the stage, because I think you're really at the forefront of this connection between, the ideation, the entrepreneurial spirit, but the brilliant science ultimately struggling to find its way to market. We've heard deep tech, it's more complex, takes more time, needs more money, lots of uncertainties. But Ottomar, you first, what does that mean for tech transfer office? What kind of competencies or new competencies and capabilities do you need to be able to do deep tech successfully? And where do you have the gaps?
Well, if I look at my tech transfer office, we are using 4 pillars for our work. First is obviously scouting of the technologies. That's the same for the deep tech, same for any other technologies or knowledge. And we are doing the analysis of the technology. That's the first thing where I would need more resources to have people more in depth to that technology, to that field, somebody with a PhD and also with some experiences with the tech transfer, with the commercialization. So that's first one. Second one is the matchmaking with the commercial application partner, where again, for the deep tech, you need to, from my point of view, a bit more narrow group of people, of investors, of applicants, not just the regular one. And the fourth one is the legal part of the procedure, which is again the same. So the second and the third pillars, I would assume, are more problematic from my point of view as the head of the tech transfer office, which is the team of the analytics and the net of the partners which we have around, which is a bit different for the deep tech than for the rest, where we are looking just for the investors, financial investors. But if we are looking, for example, for the strategic investors, you need to really focus on who you will need to match with the technologies.
Excellent, thank you. Mart, let's turn to you next. I mean, you've been doing this for quite a while, at least we heard earlier, particularly around the digitalization paradigm. Now deep tech is something that's becoming a national priority. So what else do you need in order to be able to adjust to this new reality, to be a real driver in deep tech development successful spin-outs, commercialization? What are your gaps and needs?
Definitely one is the same scouting or finding those opportunities. I think definitely we can be better on doing it. So that's the part of it. But it's really close to the next step, which is the team formation. So I think we are sometimes living also with understanding that this is a research team who will apply in the industry the same solution. But how we are building the team and how the team understanding which competencies I have and which I don't. And starting to compile the team in really early days and also make a clear agreement about the future, because it might take 2 years, even 3 years, before this company become investment ready. But the rule of the game needs to be agreed at the beginning of the game. So you cannot change it at the middle. So I think we have the formula for doing it, but I think we can definitely get the more opportunities on the table. And that's the first one, which I think we can improve and make it more systematic. And the secondly, even as I think, yes, as was mentioned, that our ecosystem is really generous of giving back those successful entrepreneurs willing to help the next ones and becoming the next entrepreneurs. But still, we don't have the critical mass of the deep tech entrepreneurs. So that we're lacking here. And thinking about the deep tech cycle until the success and exits is twice longer than the tech cycle. So 10 years or 20 years, actually. So we don't have time to wait until those local successful serial deep tech entrepreneurs will occur. So that we are missing thanks to our short capitalism history. So I think we have to build the motivation around our neighbors and also European community to bring those serial deep tech entrepreneurs really early stage to help our teams. So because you have done it once, you know more or less how to do it the second time, even the third time. And we don't have that type of knowledge present. So, and it might come together with the capital. They might be also the potential investors in the future. They might be the advisors in the future. And also we are now experimenting to entrepreneur with a resident type of role as well, that the short-term time, they will help us. So that's the second gap, I think, what we currently try to fill.
Well, I think it also comes to something that was mentioned in the previous panel, the importance of sharing these case studies outside of immediate local environments or one little institutional cluster or bubble. We need to tell these stories more broadly so that you can identify the key factors behind their successes. Sonia, how does that...
Sorry, one of the things we learned in the past year is that we need a CXO pool for serial entrepreneurs that we can call whenever there's an opportunity and we think, hey, this could fit in this team, that we have a pool of those people. That's very helpful. And the biggest challenge, although, in our portfolio is the scale-up phase, but due to the big funding round we need. For example, in photonics, we have a company, Smart Photonics. Last year they needed 100 million. That's a really big ticket in Europe. They successed in it, but it was a really big challenge.
And that's our probably tomorrow's cap that we're going to face.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, I agree. This is like next big challenge.
Absolutely.
Okay, so different challenges depending on geography, location, institutional setup.
But I think that's probably the difference here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We have a few minutes left. So, who would like to ask a question to the panel? We have one here. If Erica would like to come, bring the microphone. And is there anybody else who would like to ask a question? We can take two at the same time. Okay, they're going to be short questions. We'll take two at the front.
Hello. Maybe it's more like a comment. I'm Estonian policy officer in DG Research and Innovation and participated in a program last week and visited also Tartu University. And over the lunch table, it was the rector in front and the bioinformatics professor touched the topic which might be specific to Estonia, I don't know, that there is need for nearly double as many doctorate students compared to the current situation, especially in the fields related to IT, and perhaps we didn't use the term deep tech, but perhaps in shaping the national policies and the EU policies, when considering adding doctorate students' places, maybe we can hint that in the fields most relevant to deep tech, there might be a bigger need for additional doctorate students. This term was not mentioned. just maybe somebody could reflect.
Okay, great comment. You preempted the last topic for discussion on the panel, so we're going to hold the responses to that for the second round. But we had Vaido and Adam at the front.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for stealing the time, even not being on stage. First, thanks to Ottomar for giving an honest reflection that doing deep tech is harmful financially. That's a refreshing take. My question is addressed to Marta and Sonia, is that one of the reasons why VCs don't invest, or the very successful entrepreneurs say that they would never do it again, is because they didn't know in the beginning how difficult it was. So if you know too well how you can fail, then this becomes an obstacle as well. So how you maintain this optimism or positivity in the pool of your entrepreneurs in residence or COOs or among the teams, or is it a factor that you see that should be considered?
Okay, great question. Thank you. And Anton, if you'd like to table your question as well.
Yes, thank you very much for an awesome discussion. I have a question that probably would be provocative, because so in the panel that we were having a bit earlier, I mentioned that there are technologies, so scientific groups, that are much closer to understanding the application of the science that they are working on. And there are the ones that there is a journey to be undergone, and that requires a lot of effort to understand where to apply this particular technology. So there is no immediate understanding. So and this brings certain level of discrimination, because you need to choose the winners. What is to choose the winners or support in one way or another the ones that are there now, potentially stuck for years, without having somebody helping them to get to the market. But their science is finished. What is the approach? And do you have the approach for those kind of scientific groups? And that's provocative, because that's exactly our area of activity, to support tech transfers with this.
Okay, great. So I tell you what, let's do it this way. Mart, Sonia, you take the first question. Ottomar, you give a chance to respond to the second, if you're comfortable doing that. And then Ilaria, we're saving the last topic in response to the first question that we got, if that's okay. Okay, Mart, Sonia.
I recognize that many entrepreneurs say that they underestimated the challenge and the struggle they have with building a company, but they are never really disappointed. They like it so much, and they learn a lot, so they always enjoy the journey. And for them, it's often a reason to do it again in a new situation with a new opportunity. So I don't see many people who take a regular job after being an entrepreneur, but in my experience. But
yeah, I fully agree. And maybe another angle is also that what we see, that now the technology is becoming, themselves it's so optimistic that this technology, like next generation, is now easier, and we can iterate faster. So this optimism is constantly ongoing. So that it was history, it was complicated, but now the technology
almost
is
there.
Yeah, but now we can make it. And this is like giving this faith further on, and then always new people coming up. So if you have this entrepreneurial mind, so I think it's great experience. And of course, I think when thinking about how hard it is, maybe yes, they're right of it, but as a life learning experience, that's no one regrets those ones. I think, yeah, even unsuccessful ones. So. And having this different perspective from industry, from academia, from startup side, you understanding all the landscape, so which is really beneficial for everyone at the landscape. So that's the way how also you can give back. Even you're unsuccessful entrepreneur, definitely you are a better researcher after it. That's for sure.
Okay, super answers. Thank you, Ottomar. This question about the two pathways, where you know an application and you don't. How does that change the way you think?
You have mentioned that there are teams that are closer to the application and teams that are, how you said that was great, there is a lot to do before they will be able to put it on the market. To understand where is the market. Yeah, to where is the market and to put it, definitely I fully agree. I would like to also point out that there are two ways, one of which I can see at least in the CE region, that the tech transfer, and what is the tech transfer, is widening. We are talking about valorization of knowledge and SSHA, which are not technologies but outcomes of this field, so which is on this way. Then we are going to the deep tech, for which you need another set of the competencies. And another thing that I would like to point out, as the money were already on the table, is the expectation when the outcomes will come, because Czech Republic, Slovakia, in Eastern Europe, majority of the tech transfer offices were set up from the operational programs in somewhere in 2015, so the real tech transfer didn't emerge up to 2018, 2020, so majority of the offices are very young, so the first outcomes, first exits of the spin-out companies are just coming up. So everybody is excited about when it will happen, when will all the money will be brought back to pay for everything, and the people and already invested energy. Even the Ministry for Innovations is asking, there was a lot of money put inside when you will, and if we just, it is time, come with the idea that, for the deep tech, it will take us even 3 to 5 to 10 years. You have to be patient and give us ideally more resources in order to prove that. That would be really provocative, and I would be really I'm not confident to put it on the table this way and just focus on the deep tech. So that's my point on that.
Excellent, thank you. Now, final question, because we have 5 minutes left and then we're going to wrap. Our colleague here has mentioned the issue of PhDs, doctoral training with an orientation perhaps towards deep tech and some of the critical aspects of the tech development pathways in deep tech. But in the big picture, Laria, I mean, whenever the EU identifies a technology domain as critical or strategic, it takes about, 10 minutes for people to start moaning about the talent shortages, the skills deficits, and so on. So when you're thinking about the future education strategy, the capacity building strategy around deep tech, how do you think universities can best respond? Is it at one particular level, or should it focus on multiple levels? Undergraduate, masters, PhD, lifelong learning, and so forth. At some point, universities have to rationalize their choices as well, and to simply ask them to do everything around deep tech across all levels of programs is probably unrealistic. So where do you think the real priority should lie?
Well, I tell you, it's a fact that 80% of companies are reporting that they don't have the talents they need to, especially on deep tech. So it's a fact that we need to act on that. And the IT on this has a 360 degrees approach, because definitely the supply needs to meet with the demand, and we need to go there. What does it mean, 360 degrees approach? It means that we need to target all the different audiences for that. There are the learners on one side. There are, of course, learners, both students, masters, so very specific type of deep tech training. There are the adult learners, so all the path that needs to be created in terms of reskilling and upskilling the current workers, because this is also a great need of companies, as I was saying before. And of course, academies are going into that directions, and we have we're doing a lot of projects with universities, with the KICs that are collaborating into the various ecosystems with universities in order to create those programs and to deliver those programs. But also, we need to consider other two elements of the game. Companies, on one side, because, we target companies specifically, for example, with the deep tech talent initiatives, skilling 1 million talents by 2025. And we are collaborating. The beauty of the program is the fact that we are collaborating with companies. So yes, we are giving some funding, but companies have pledged, and we have had an incredible response by companies participating into this program, and pledging, signing the pledge, with a specific commitment of training a certain number of people in their own company or ecosystem. And this was, I tell you, we have had an incredible response. So we will be reaching the 1 million and we will probably go beyond. But that will not be enough because we are 300 million people in Europe. So, you know, this is only the first part of the game. But last but not least, we have also universities in our, as target of our deep tech, let's say, effort, because also universities needs to go to the next level. And here the higher education institution initiative is exactly targeting the innovation capacity building of universities. And this is where we work with universities. The initiative was launched a couple of years ago and was really focused on the capacity, on building the capacity, the innovation capacity of universities to do, first of all, to integrate entrepreneurship and innovation in their programs, and secondly, to be more integrated in the business ecosystem. Now we need to go to the next level because that was a pilot. The new initiative will come in September, so towards the end of the year. And there is where we really want to push how to boost the capability of innovation to push those innovation to market.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And I think it's an excellent note on which to end. Coincidentally, on June 5th, we'll be doing an event with our partners at Elsevier on the fourth generation university and the changing role of universities in innovation ecosystems. So going a little beyond deep tech, but rethinking how universities can take a leadership role in this regard. And I think we're entering a fascinating period in terms of the upcoming EU elections, thinking about the role of universities, deep tech, industry science cooperation within the next 5-year mandate for the European Union. We all await with eagerly bated breath how research and innovation is going to be positioned within that. And I think this question of where the next phase of the European innovation agenda heads and how deep tech continues to be embedded at its heart is going to be something that will occupy our minds for months, if not the next 5 years overall. So before we thank our panel, I would first of all just like to thank, first of all, our online audience for joining us for all of today's proceedings. I know it's been quite a long set of discussions, but hopefully a fascinating and stimulating set. Thank you also to you for joining us here in the room today. Also to our partners at Tallinn University, University of Tartu, Enterprise Estonia, and the Estonian Research Council for making today's event possible. One last thing just to share. On April the 30th, and this ties in with some of our conversations about funding, about following the latest programs, developments, and innovation opportunities in Europe, at Science Business, we're launching a new news service, which will be focused very much on the European and international funding landscape. So tips, tricks, guidance, and horizon scanning about where to look for funding future opportunities in areas such as deep tech and more. So please keep following our newsletters to hear more about that. But last but not least, I would like you to join me in thanking our panel, Ilaria, Mart, Sonia, and Ottomar for all of their time. And with that, I'm pleased to announce our conference closed and the drinks reception awaits. Thank you very much.
And thanks to you, Simon.